Hey guys, welcome back to another great episode of Eggs. Today we have a very interesting episode. It's going to be a quick conversation with Ryan and I. We're going to break down a trip that I just went on. And after that, we're going to have a 4 hour long conversation with a guy named Randy Smith, aka Yukon Smitty. He's worked in the mining industry for his entire life and has some amazing stories. And it's going to be a long form interview. So it's going to be a lot longer than, our normal shows, but I had the opportunity to interview him in person, and I wanted to take advantage of that while I was there. So before we get into the conversation with Randy, Ryan and I have been kind of on hiatus for a while. I've been traveling up in Nome, and we're just going to play some catch up and, go over the last couple months with COVID and my travels and Ryan's business and everything. And we're just going to catch up, and then we're going to air Randy's episode and go from there. So without any further delay, Ryan, how you doing?
Hi guys. So this is actually kind of awesome. I was going to try and pull up exactly when it's been, because I don't have it right in front of me, but it has been what feels like an eternity since there was such a thing as an egg show with just me and Mike on it. It's
been about a year, probably at least a year.
Yeah, we have been very fortunate in that we are staying quite booked with guests, based on the feedback we're hearing and everything. Hopefully, everybody is enjoying the guests. We are enjoying our conversations, and we're meeting a lot of incredible people. So that's been great. But it's funny, like just looking back at analytics and all that stuff. The last episode we did together, that was just Mike and I, is actually the highest or most downloaded episode of last year, I think.
Really?
And, which is kind of an interesting thing because we had some.
I wonder what we were talking about. I wonder if it's like keywords that are just
God knows. Like, I can't imagine they just came because of us. But but nonetheless, it was
To be honest with you, I think it's the episode where I hiked Mount Eleanor and was talking about the lady that was trying to come up the mountain with their dog and her kid on a backpack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, no, that probably is it. It was actually, I think that unless I'm screwing this up, I think it was all the way back on episode 118. And and that came out August 22nd, 2019. So literally 1 year ago. And anyway, but Mike and I, obviously we talk a little bit offline and things like that, but we really come together each week to do this eggs show. And we've been blessed to have all these awesome guests lately. And it's been really cool. This has been a fun year. And, ultimately we probably ought to do another one of these that's a little longer form, just you and I, in that we haven't, we really haven't talked to anybody. We're into year 3. We are, 180 some episodes in. We've made some, real evolutions that we haven't taken the time to stop and visit about. So I think that's great.
It's crazy to think that we're almost 200 episodes in, and it's not like we're doing 2 or 3 a week, which would add up quicker, but it's literally 180 weeks straight that we've published something, which is,
it's pretty nuts. And, I think it's something I'm very proud of and grateful to share with you, Mike. But this, little pre-conversation that we wanted to have before your conversation with Yukon Smitty is, I think, we should probably do like a little bit of explaining. So for people who are regulars and who've been watching the Egg Show and sticking with us all these years, the last couple episodes 172 and 173 with Dr. Livingston and Greg Hickman, both of those episodes you may have noticed a glaring omission, and that was Mike. And he wasn't here. We have a little bit of transparency for any aspiring podcasters out there. We have a recording cadence where we record a couple episodes a week. And basically try and keep a little bit of a backlog for things like, family vacations and stuff like that. And one such event that ended up occurring was Mike had this really awesome opportunity to go up to Nome, Alaska, of all places. And he just, couldn't not do it. So he decided to take that trip. And I think it was a really cool experience. And I'll stop talking here shortly and let him explain it. But so for people who did notice that Mike was missing in those last few episodes or in a couple of recent episodes, that's why, and that's where he was. A lot of the other episodes that aired during the period while Mike was gone, which was, God, what did it end up being? About 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
It's close to 8 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty decent stretch. And so many of those episodes had been pre-recorded prior to Mike leaving town. But we did start to run out of backlog a little bit there towards the end. And so there are a couple episodes there that I just did myself. And but
well,
I will tell
you did a few yourself, and we actually ended up recording 2 while I was in Nome. So
yeah, that's right. Also, in the initial stages of being in Nome, we had some struggles getting connected. Obviously, we were covering pretty significant distance, and it was difficult to get it to either line up technologically or line up timing wise, that sort of thing. And so we did make a couple happen. So you'll see a couple episodes from Nome, which is a lot of fun. But anyway, I just wanted to sort of explain all that, sort of explain the absence there for those couple days or a couple episodes.
I actually think as we're recording this, the one that airs this week is one of the ones that I'm not in. Greg, I think.
Greg went out as we're recording this last Wednesday. So he was episode 173, Greg Hickman. He was the founder and CEO of Alt Agency.
Which is sad because I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you would be a good guest for our show. And then I ghost him on the interview.
Yeah, no, it was really funny because, many of our guests come through different booking agents and things like that. And they, so there's kind of a standard workflow. They come in, we get the email, we approve the show, we send them a booking link, all this sort of stuff. Greg was one that Mike had actually set up via Instagram or something. And, Greg, for anybody who missed the show, was a really great guest. And he puts out a lot of good content on his own. And so we were both really excited for the conversation. And then just the way it shook out, Mike couldn't be there.
Yeah, it was funny. He actually, he had a sponsored ad that I saw, and I was like, hey, this is right up our alley. I wonder if he would be willing to do the show. And I messaged him, and he was like, yeah, sure, that'd be great. And then of course not, but
yeah, well, it's pretty funny. And actually he's appeared on, Egg Show alumni, Chris Doe's show over at the Future. He's been on some other places like that. So Greg Hickman, lots of really good information, be a good one to check out. Yeah. So the other one was Dr. Glenn Livingston, and that one was actually kind of a unique episode too, in that it was a little less of a conversation, a little bit more of a shrink session. So he really tried to work with me on sort of some of the battle with weight loss and overeating and things like that I have always sort of struggled with, and he has a lot of unique experience in, and so that was sort of a unique opportunity because Mike wasn't there, and because it was a little less conversational. It was much easier to sort of, I don't know, experiment, get a little avant-garde on the Eggs Show. So it was a pretty fun opportunity, but nonetheless, I'm grateful to have Mike back, more or less stateside and at least in my time zone again. And so here we are, we have this opportunity. So Mike, why don't you, I guess, give us a little bit of background on what took you to Nome and what you were doing and how you met this guy, this random, guy that, I don't know, looks like some kind of wild mountain man or something. Like when I saw pictures of the guy, I assumed we were talking to one of the early founders of the city of Nome or something. So,
yeah. So Nome kind of came out because of COVID. I essentially lost every gig that I had booked this summer. So my money went from coming in to not being there.
Yeah. And for people who don't know, Mike is, he's a club DJ. He, does weddings and other events as well. And, corporate events, things like that. And basically through COVID, none of those things were happening, so for Mike, it was a pretty devastating blow.
Well, I seriously, everything I had on the books either rescheduled to next year or just canceled completely. And so my entire income for this year essentially just vanished in front of my eyes. And so I had to get creative. And by getting creative, I reached out to a friend who is a gold miner up in Nome, Alaska. He's actually been on the show before, Ian Foster. And it was kind of weird. It was like I wasn't reaching out for work. I was reaching out because I wanted to build a desk in my free time. Like I just recently purchased a studio desk for the studio, and I was going to build it. And I reached out to him because he had just done something similar with live edge oak and was going to, he had done it. And I was like, hey, what do you do with the epoxy? I'm trying to do something similar and this and that. And he's like, yeah, you do this, da, 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 da. And in the conversation, I was like, oh, are you going up to Nome this year? Yeah. I got to come visit you one of these times. And he was like, okay, well, if you want to come up this summer, I need a crew for a remodel project that I'm working on. And, I've got a bunch of jobs lined up, and I'm trying to line up a crew. And that phone call turned into, okay, I've got a plane ticket booked and I'll be there on Friday. And then I call Ryan and be like, hey, this podcast that we're doing, it's on hold.
Yeah, so I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Well, and so it's funny. So for people who you are interested, if you go back literally almost 100 episodes ago, Ian was on episode 84. So
Yeah.
084. He was on a TV show called Bering Sea Gold. And so he's a really interesting guy to boot. I mean, a great conversation, a lot of fun meeting him. But so I totally understand chasing him up to Nome because, yeah, he's a good dude and that's a cool opportunity.
Well, it was more, I needed the money is what it came down to. And the trip was awesome. It was great. It was a lot of work. I was pulling 10, 12-hour days every day, 6 days a week. We seriously only just took Sundays off. And he was out gold mining a lot of the time. And so I was kind of running the crew and working with the guys. One of the problems up in the Bering Sea and in Nome is because of the way that the ground freezes and the permafrost is up there. They can't have concrete foundations. They can't build on concrete because the ground literally shifts. And if you build on concrete, you're going to get cracks all over the place and there's no way you can fix it. And so every house up there is built on piers, on blocks. And every year or every other year, the ground will shift to the point where doors won't close, windows won't open. The house will just be completely unlevel. And so one of the main things I did up there was I would be crawling around in her houses and jacking the house up and leveling the house with the water level. And it was a lot of hard work. While I was up there as well, we Ian and a business partner of his, Clayton, Clayton, if you hear this, I want to have you on the show. You'd be an amazing guest. And so please reach out, or actually I'll hit you up. We'll get you on here. Clayton is a real estate investor. He buys and flips properties. And while I was up there, they bought a house and remodeled it. And that was pretty much one of the projects I worked on for about a month straight was, when they took possession of the house, we went in the next day and leveled it. It took probably 3 or 4 days to level. And then we gutted it completely and, put new flooring in, painted, put new doors, put new cabinets, put everything in like you would go to flip this house. And that's their intention, is they're going to flip it. And, it'd be interesting to have that conversation with, some numbers and figuring out,
especially because I can't even fathom how they might get that done in Nome, Alaska. I mean, I think there's only about 4,000 people there. I can't imagine you got a Home Depot handy.
Well, there's not. And then that was actually a huge problem because anything that is in Nome, it's the last place on the destination. Like anything that comes up there has to be shipped. And so to get the doors, the cabinets, the logistics of doing a remodel, you had to fly down to Anchorage, buy all the stuff there, package it up, put it on a shipping container and ship it up to Nome on either air cargo or on a boat. And so if you forget something or take a wrong measurement or mess up, it's not like you can just turn around and go to Home Depot and exchange the product that you bought. You're stuck with it. And so logistically, it's a nightmare. There's two hardware supplies companies up there, but one does lumber and one does like plumbing. And so you have to kind of know what's available and figure out the markup that's up there. For example, a sheet of plywood that would normally sell for $30 in the States goes for $65 up there. So your cost breakdown on, just buying materials goes a Subway sandwich.
Double. Yeah.
Yeah. A Subway sandwich up there costs $13. You
Holy
can't
crap.
go to a restaurant and spend less than, 50, $60 for dinner. And, like for Ian to feed us just pizza and a meal for the crew is $150, $200. It's ridiculous. Just the expenses that come into play when you're living up in a place like Nome.
Well, yeah, I think, for a lot of people, like if you think about small town living or something, you would think, oh, well, it's a small town, everything's pretty cheap or affordable, versus like these big cities and stuff. But you don't factor in how remote Nome is. Like when you told me you were going there, I was on Google Maps and just checking it out, and I mean, like there's not much further away you could really get. Like that's pretty remote.
Yeah, it's like I needed some time, so I just went to the edge of the earth to figure my, But yeah, no, it seriously is. You can't drive to Nome from the States. I think Anchorage is about as far as you can go, and then once you get there, it's kind of like you fly from there, and it's so remote. It's so far up there that when I got there, it was towards the middle of summer-ish, and the sun didn't set. Like I would be working, and it's coming up on 10 o'clock at night, and I'm still thinking it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then it's midnight, and it's like 8 o'clock in the afternoon, and 3 a.m. rolls around, and it's like still the sun's still up. It's the weirdest thing, and that was interesting to get used to. Just figuring out sleep schedule and making sure you actually lay down and go to bed at some point, or else you just work 24 hours a day. And then had some really cool experiences.
Well, I was going to say, I know you worked a ton, but I know there was a little bit of time for recreation in there.
That was Sundays.
Yeah, I saw a lot of pictures of like salmon fishing and doing some things like that. And, I mean, if people go back and check out Mike's Instagram, it's just at DJ Ontic on Instagram. You go back around the end of August, middle of August, you can see some of these pictures. And the place is so cool. And but like the fish you're catching, like, you hear everybody talking about the fish tails and going up to, they caught something this big, this giant fish. But the fish that you're holding, barring any Photoshop, I suppose, I mean, it was massive.
Yeah. I've never caught a salmon that big in my life. And that photo right there was worth the price of admission to get up there. So we went fishing a few times. We caught probably 25 to 30 salmon while we were up there. And, that was a really cool experience. It was very weird to have someone standing guard with a rifle while you're fishing, because there's grizzly bears up there that'll just eat you. And so it is like, you hear stories of people just disappearing in the tundra and like,
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not looking for the sequel to Grizzly Man.
Yeah.
So it's probably better that you had somebody watching around, but what a weird experience.
Yeah, it was definitely different. And, shout out to, the people that I met up there. Ian, for one, amazing. Thank you for making this a possibility.
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah.
Well, so maybe to just sort of kind of put a bow on this little bit of conversation, and we'll catch up on the rest of our lives at a later date. So how'd you come to find this dude, this Yukon Smitty fella, and how did that all come to pass?
Yukon Smitty is a friend of Ian's. They actually have worked together for about 10 years now. He's a miner from way back in the day. He works for a company called Goldfield, or worked for a company called Goldfield, and they provide mining equipment for a lot of major operations all across the world. And they're like the Rolls Royce of mining equipment, pretty much the top of the line you can get. They do major contracts with INEL in here in Pocatello.
Nuclear laboratory.
He spent some time there. He lived in Atomic City for a while. Actually, the start of our conversation, I think I'm going to leave it in there because it's interesting and it's where Ryan and I kind of live. He's talking about commuting from Salt Lake to Atomic City and living in a trailer in the middle of Atomic City because it's cheap rent. And so I'll just leave that in there.
And then I imagine they pay you to stay in Atomic City.
Pretty much.
They ought to anyway.
But yeah, so Randy's an amazing guy. This conversation is 4 hours long. He's one of those guys that I didn't want to put a time limit on. And when we went into it, I told him that. I said, hey, our normal episode's an hour long. And I want you to just tell your story because it's so unique. And I don't want it filtered. I don't want it edited. I just want it to be 100% authentic. And so it's a full 4.5 hour conversation. And I'm glad that I didn't limit it or put a cap on it because some of the stories we got into are just crazy. I mean, like one of the stories, for example, he was fishing for piranhas in the Nile River. I think it was the Nile River, and stepped in quicksand and almost died. So, I mean, like just stuff like that. You're not going to have stories like that every day. And I thought it was something that we just needed to document and get down on tape. And I'm glad that we did.
Well, and I'm super thrilled that you did too, just because dudes like that with these kinds of backstories, like I feel like they're like diamonds in the rough, Yeah. There are a lot of people who have like one life, but these guys have like lived hundreds of lives,
Yeah.
when you start hearing their stories. And, not to keep plugging Mike's Instagram, but if you go check out his Instagram again at DJ Ontic, there's a picture of this dude on there. And I mean, he looks exactly like what you're expecting right now. He's the mining equivalent of Santa Claus with the big old beard and all this stuff. And I mean, it couldn't be more perfect. So, at the time of this recording, I've actually not heard the talk. So I'm really looking forward to hearing it myself. So looking forward to our episode drop. So everybody join me on the podcast and take a listen. I think it'll be worth your time. And just sort of, I guess, don't take for granted how awesome people can be, because like these stories are just incredible. And you just, you don't have the opportunity to sit down and hear this kind of thing from people very often.
Yeah. Looking at him, he doesn't look like, oh, this is going to be an amazing story, but he's one of probably 100 people in Nome that have amazing stories like that. I was talking with a friend, Colleen. She's one of the people so Ian's cabin doesn't have water, doesn't have electricity. I was literally camping on a cot while I was there and putting insulation in and helping him kind of get his cabin built out. And so we would go into town, and Colleen's house is where we would do laundry and shower and all this stuff. And shout out to Colleen for being awesome and opening her house to us for that. But I was talking with her, and she was telling me this story about a guy that is from New Orleans and literally canoed from New Orleans up to Nome and just ended up there and has lived there his whole life. But can you imagine that story? I mean, like,
though, it seems like the right kind of place for those kind of people, right? I mean, it feels like Nome, Alaska is either somewhere you've got to go by choice or you're going to get away from something.
Yeah.
There's something
100%.
going on. There's a little, credit union somewhere that's looking for you, or there's something going on. But like, I feel like Nome is one of those kinds of places, where you get these collections of sort of these ragtag dudes, the outlaws, all these types. And I think it's pretty cool.
And even the native culture there is amazing. It's a whole nother world. It's like going to a third world country in the United States. And Colleen's going to be upset that I said that because whatever, it's not a third world country, but it borderline is. It's a different world, and it's amazing. And the sunsets there are gorgeous. I've never seen anything like that because, the sun will stay up 24 hours a day or 22 hours a day, and you'll have darkness for 2 hours. But think about like a sunset that lasts 5 hours long.
Yeah.
Like you can get the most incredible views that you've ever seen in your life are up there. And same thing, in the wintertime, it gets dark for, 23 hours of the day. But if you think about it, the moon is so bright and the light, there's no, light pollution. So you see the stars, the full effect of the stars. And it's insanity. It's so beautiful up there. And I know that I'm going to have to go back at some point because it's just a really amazing place.
That's awesome. Well,
You,
yeah,
you
no,
cut,
I'm super jealous. It's pretty cool.
yeah, you cut me off earlier when I was trying to thank a few people
Oh
and
yeah, please.
the rest of the crew, Connor, Taylor, Benny. I'll never hear Benny and the Jets and not think of you, Benny. But that, and then Taylor's mom, Jana. Thank you for being an awesome friend while I was there. It's great to have people to talk to, and you were one of those people. So without any further delay and more, bullshit from me, here's Randy, aka Yukon Smitty.
I decided, well, they got these pads out there and they had electric and water. So I went into town and asked them, and they said, yeah, we'll bring you one. Kind of like, really? And it was like $50 a month, included the electric and water.
Wow.
And so I pulled a travel trailer out there, and somebody, I think it was somebody that I worked with, had told me that after a few years they had figured out how to skirt a trailer and keep it from freezing in the wintertime and keep the water and stuff from freezing. So I followed their instructions, and it was a little bit of work, but it worked out great. And I could leave my water on all winter, and I ended up, I had a gas tank brought out, propane and stuff, and I started to use it, and I kept smelling gas, and what is going on? And the heater had those squirrel cage blowers on it.
Yeah.
And it would drive me nuts because it would go on, off, on, off. And I kept getting a little bit of gas smell, so it scared me. So I turned that off. I just used it to, what was it? I think I had a gas water heater and the stove. And so I just used it for that. And then I put in 2 electric heaters, those little electric oil ones that look like the old radiator types, one in each end of the trailer. I was toasty and fine all winter long.
And this was in the middle of Atomic City in Idaho.
Right in the middle.
That's a cold spot.
Because I worked at the site. Pit 9 was only, and I think it took me like 10 minutes to get there. And I wouldn't even go, well, unless it had snowed and stuff, I wouldn't even go back to the junction on the highway by the bar there and go in. I'd just take a back road, go in and drive right to the site. It's the closest place I could get. Everything else, I looked in Atomic City. I'm not in Arco, and almost bought a house on auction there, and or a lot. And I thought I'd just live there, and but I just commuted. I'd go Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon. I'd drive to the trailer, or sometimes Monday morning real early. And then I'd be able to get to work on time.
Because your family was still in Utah.
Yeah.
So
all the kids were going to school, and my wife was working and all that. And so I'd take off on Friday afternoon and drive home and then come back. Usually it was Monday morning I left early. And there were a few interesting times. I remember once it snowed there in Tremont, really bad blizzard, and they closed the freeway. And
I've made that drive hundreds of times.
yeah, and I'm going up the pass, and it's snowing, and this is like 4 or 5 in the morning. By the time I got there, because I always timed it so I'd get to the site at about 8. And it was just a whiteout blizzard, and the snowplow had got bogged down and had gone off the road. He was stuck. And I go, man, if I get stuck in this storm, I'm really screwed. And I just bought, my brother-in-law had told me about these special tires that Ford made. And I just bought them, and it was front wheel drive. It was a Chevy, and I put them on there. Those things were unbelievable. It was before they had the Blistex and those.
Yeah.
And they would grip in that snow like crazy. And I was bucking snow over my radiator. It was coming over the hood. And of course, the snowplow, I was ahead of it. And I made it all the way down, and I couldn't believe it. But anyway, yeah, it was an interesting experience. So never did end up moving to Pocatello, but yeah, not many people could say they lived in Atomic City.
Yeah. I've driven through it a few times, and there's not much there.
There's not much there. I found out a neighbor of mine where I live now, his wife's family owned, I guess they had sheep, thousands of sheep, and there's some big old sheds that were, I think, potato sellers at one time. And anyway, they would bring all the sheep in there to shear them and so forth. And he was telling me all about Atomic City and stuff. It was fun. But when he was first married, they lived out there and worked. And yeah, it was, I remember one time I was there when they were shearing, and just sheep everywhere. I mean, there were literally thousands of them. And those big white dogs, I can't remember what they call those. And you'd hear all of the coyotes and stuff that were trying to pick off the sheep. And those big old dogs would go after them.
That's crazy. What time frame was this?
This would have been mid-90s.
Okay.
Mid-90s, 94, 95, something like that.
Well, should we get into this?
Sure.
Okay.
You got some questions for me?
I do.
Okay.
I guess we'll let people know who you are to begin with.
Okay.
I'm sitting here with Randy Smith, also known as Yukon Smitty. He's a good friend of Ian Foster's, who's been on the show before, and I met him on my trip up into Nome. So please ignore the audio quality of this because we weren't planning on doing it. It just kind of happened. So we're recording with the computer speakers, and I just felt like we needed to I had time to talk to you, and I wanted to get your background. And
Well, thank you.
yeah, this isn't normally, our show is kind of a creative / business show.
Okay.
And we've interviewed tons of people, from CEOs of tech companies to graphic designers to bands that play in the entertainment industry. And so
Okay.
we kind of go all over the place. But I think your story is unique in its own, and it's not one that we would normally have, and I'm excited because of that.
Okay.
What we usually do with eggs, that's the name of our show,
Okay.
is we start at the beginning, like fresh out of high school, and go to where you're at now, and pull the memories and the bits and pieces that stand out to you, the eggs, over your career,
Okay.
and just kind of get a timeline of how you got to Nome, Alaska in 2020. So,
Okay.
yeah, it can, and this can be long form, like no time limit on this. It's going to be a bonus show. So feel free to get into it, and we can stop when you want.
All right.
Let's. Where'd you grow up? What?
Actually, I grew up in California in the Bay Area.
Okay.
I was born in Redondo. My folks had a beach house on Redondo Beach, and then after I was just still really young, although I do remember the fog coming in on my bassinet, I think they called it. They put me on the porch, and I mean the beach was right there. So I've always had a fondness for the ocean and stuff. But they moved up to Sunnyvale, in Silicon Valley, and my father worked there for Lockheed for a number of years, and then transferred over to the Stanford University facility. And so I grew up in Sunnyvale back when it was still a lot of orchards and fruit and strawberry fields, and was there during the 60s with the whole hippie movement and all that. So that's, yeah. And Vietnam was a big deal. And yeah.
I actually just listened to a book called Skunk Works, which it talks about the stealth development on the bombers.
Yeah.
And I think Lockheed played a big role in that.
They did. Yeah. Skunk Works is one of their facilities. I've been there, and it's eerie. They say they can fly a 747 right through it.
Wow.
And I believe it. It's massive. And and the offices, they're on one side of the hangar, and I don't know how many stories, like 7, 8 stories high. And you go in them, and it's just like they left it in the 50s.
Wow.
I mean, the paper, the old typewriters, the old lights, everything,
How long ago were you there?
I was there, it was in the 90s. I think it was 92, 93, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your dad worked for Lockheed. Did he work in that project?
No, he didn't, actually. My father was in the, before Lockheed Martin had merged. I was with Lockheed when they merged with Martin Marietta. Became Lockheed Martin. That was in, 94, 95. And my father worked for Lockheed Aerospace. And his deal was the missiles. Some of the first missiles that went into space and the satellites that they were sending up. I even still have some of the gold foil that they made the antennas with and stuff, the collectors. And I know the first monkey that they tested with and that they sent into space, my father worked with the monkey and the trainer for that.
Wow.
And he was never, because of his clearances, he was never able to tell us what he did.
Yeah.
And then I would see the San Francisco Chronicle or News, San Jose News or something. There'd be a picture of my dad, next to a missile, and he'd been, looked like a doctor, actually now they're wearing the masks and stuff. The same thing, it'd be wearing a mask and gloves and everything and a white coat and so forth. So, but yeah, I remember him telling me about the monkey. Now, back then, I mean, this would have been the early 60s. And this monkey had been trained and so forth for quite a while. I believe it was a chimpanzee. And in the missile, there was in the rocket, I guess, there were 2 switches, 2 buttons that he had to push. And one was blue and one was red, I believe. And the red one was for food and the blue one was for water. And anyway, there was some kind of a short back fault in the system. And when the monkey touched the blue button for water, it shocked him. And he would not drink.
Oh, man.
And this went on for a couple of days. And my dad is freaking out. He's going, I got this $1 million monkey here. And I mean, $1 million back then was, a lot of money. And I mean, even now it's still, but anyway, that monkey would not touch that button. And on the third day, my dad was begging the trainer. He says, look, we're under a lot of pressure here. He says, this monkey's dehydrated, obviously, and he's getting weak. He says, can you give him an IV or something, to keep him hydrated? And he says, no. He says, if he does not touch that, if we give him any water, he'll never touch that button. And they had fixed the fault problem and everything. And so anyway, he says it was on like the third or fourth day. He said the monkey was so weak it could hardly raise its hand, and it hit the blue button for water.
And he got water.
And he got water, and not shocked. And he says he was just guzzling that water down. And so anyway, yeah. So I got really, really close. So anyway, he had a lot of great experiences too in his life, and he's the one that kind of got me into mining.
Okay.
Your
dad mined as well?
He did. My grandfather on his side, and then it goes back to my great-great-grandparents on my mother's side.
Okay.
They were actually, they went to the Klondike there in Dawson.
Were they one of the pioneers of
They were one of the originals.
Were they sourdoughs? Is that what you call it?
They were the sourdough, original sourdoughs.
Been reading
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Reading on it. Okay, good. Yeah, they went up. I think they got there. Was it 1887 or 1888? I'm not sure. It was, I remember I never knew my great-great-grandparents, but my great-grandmother was telling me stories from the time I was a little kid, because she was 8 or 9 years old at the time when they went up. And she had a sister that was a year older and 3 brothers. And so they went up there and they arrived the day that Soapy Smith and the sheriff finally had a shootout out on they had long piers that went out because of it was so shallow and the tide was really fast. And so the vessels had to stay out quite a ways. Even the tender boats that would bring the gear in. But anyway, I guess it was, they didn't see the shootout, but it was the day after the shootout, because she remembers the whole town turned out in Dawson to the funeral for the sheriff and Soapy Smith.
Oh, they both didn't make it.
No, they both shot each other and killed each other. And anyway, Soapy Smith was the real character there that, ran the underground and so forth, and caused all the problems for a long time for everybody. But anyway, I remember her saying that he must have had some family, because she said she remembers a purple ribbon on his tombstone, or
the cross. Yeah.
Well, they had a wooden plank that they had carved into, And she says, I remember a purple ribbon on there, and it said, "Bless you, Daddy," or something like that. And or "God be with you, Daddy," something like that. And anyway, for some reason that stuck. But yeah, my great great grandfather, he was the miner, and my great great grandmother, she was a doctor, and she was actually a surgeon from the East.
Okay.
And they didn't think much out west, especially all the way to Alaska, about female doctors. So there was a dentist in town that was also the barber, the butcher, and something else. Multitasking, whatever you could do. And there was another guy, and I guess they were both hacks and drunks and so forth. And a lot of the issues up there were frostbite. Okay. And they had to do a lot of amputation, the fingers, toes, legs, type of thing. And, well, especially in the wintertime. But anyway, her patients were living and surviving. And of course, medicine back then wasn't all that advanced, but her father was a surgeon back east, and she actually became a certified surgeon, and which was kind of unheard of in those days, even in the East. So here she was, and she would, have a hygienic place and take care of the wounds and so forth, and she could sew them up, and of course, once that happened, most of them had to give up their lifestyle. They couldn't mine anymore without a limb or whatever. And so she would end up, they'd pay her with their claims and stuff.
Oh, really?
So they would sign over the claims to her, and Grandpa and the boys would go out and check them out and go mine them.
Wow.
And they actually ended up with a pretty good one on Bonanza Creek, which was the most popular place. And anyway, I understand that that claim was, they weren't able to refile it in time because there was something going on with the recorder's office, and they had to get on the boat, and they didn't have time to wait till Monday to record it or something. And so some guy jumped it over the winter, and they pulled the largest nugget that was ever pulled out during the gold rush out of that claim.
Oh, man.
There they got lost out. So anyway, yeah, she'd tell me stories. One of her duties was to go and get water, off the Yukon River.
Yeah.
And she'd have to take an axe and stuff and break through the ice in order to get a bucket down. And so one day she did that. She says, up popped a prospector's body out of the hole, because that, she cut through the ice, and that was a pressure relief area. And said this guy must have fallen in upstream somewhere, and he came up through the gusher, scared her to death. And anyway, what was another thing she was doing? She was, there was a woman that had died, and she was braiding her hair, washing and braiding her hair for her funeral. And she says, the woman sat up and screamed. And she said she went, my great grandmother now, she went running out of there, and she says, I never went back. She says, I don't know. And anyway, I guess what had happened was the abdominal muscles contracted, and that forced the air out of her lungs and vocal cords. She was a character. Her and her sister used to have a little dance routine, and there would be the call girls, the dance girls, and they would make them little outfits and stuff so that would be, look like little dancers, and they had sing and dance for the prospectors, and she said they'd throw them nuggets and stuff, So they made a deal with the bartenders that they would do the routine, and but they'd get to come back in the morning and sweep the floors and clean them up.
Yeah.
So they chalked all the planks on the floors so that the gold dust would go down to the Yukon River in the afternoon and pan it out.
Wow. That's, I mean, just to think of, paying for your drinks in gold.
Oh, yeah.
The dust falling in. I've heard that like in San Francisco after the fires at the boardwalk, when they cleaned up, there was millions of gold there.
Well, I don't know about millions, but I know there was a lot of gold. Because that's where they brought it either to Seattle, but most of them went from Seattle back down to San Francisco, as did my family. They went to San Francisco, and so they did that for a few years, and
so they were in the Yukon, your great grandma, and then where was your dad born?
My dad was actually born in Chalice, Idaho.
Okay.
And he grew up there on a ranch, and had a twin brother. My grandfather was a forest ranger.
Okay.
And so they kind of went through the Depression and all that up there. And then he went to college, and I think he ended up in Pocatello, going to school there for a while. And then eventually his twin brother, my uncle, he was one of he was the last living flying tiger.
Oh.
That flew over the Burmese hump. And one of the stories he would talk about, just hundreds of guys would get shot down a day, and just, it was terrible.
This was in the First World War?
Second World War, in Burma.
Wow.
And, but anyway, my dad died several years before his brother did, but anyway, they both had quite a livelihood. They loved to fly. My dad built a couple of planes, and that kind of got him in. And he was aeronautics mechanic specialist, and that kind of got him into Lockheed stuff, and into the missiles and rockets and all that. And so it kind of evolved from there. But I remember my uncle would always get together, and they would try a new plane out, so let's see what this one could do, and oh geez, my uncle would smoke a pipe, and he had a little holder by the windshield on the dash there, and he'd try to make it float.
Keep the smoke level.
Yeah, and then my stomach would be going,
Did you go up with him?
I'd go up all the time, every chance I get.
Wow.
I could hardly see out the window, but I remember one of the planes was in San Jose airport. My dad had built his fiber, what do they call it, fabric plane. And he had just gotten through finishing the wings, it was all painted and everything, but to keep the weight down, they didn't have a battery and a starter in it. You had to prime it and
pull the propeller.
Prop.
Yeah.
And so he'd pulled the chocks from the wheels, and I couldn't even see out of the windows. But he told me, he says, when you hear the engine pop, and I was like 4 or 5, and he says, when you hear the engine turn over, he says, you push this one in and pull this one out, okay? Well, I didn't know it was the choke and the throttle, okay? And he didn't say how far out, right? So I do remember him telling me, though, that, or teaching me later, that, they were wood props back then, and you never clamped your fingers over the prop, because when she would kick, it'd take your fingers off.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it turns that quick.
Yeah, it pops that fast. You can't pull your fingers back. So it always open fisted, and you push. And anyway, I hear it pop. I push in. What I found out later was the choke. And then I pull the throttle out. Well, the plane takes off, and my dad's out there in front of the prop. He dives down and runs around, grabs a strut, and he's going, push it in, push it in. And I'm going, what? You told me to pull it out. He says, no, push it back in. So I push it back in, and I'm headed right for a hangar. All I can see is this big building, right? And anyway, he jumps in at the time, just barely gets in there, and he shut the throttle down, and anyway, I go, oh man, I'm in trouble. Anyway, we went for a good flight, and later in high school, I signed up for flight school, and I was back at the same airport, and I was still having these traumas. What do they call that? PTSD or something. And I'm going, oh man, this is not my game, and they had this thing where students would take the pilot seat, and the instructor would be in the front passenger seat. And you weren't allowed to talk because the instructor was helping the student pilot out and talking to the tower and all this stuff. So we're on approach, and this is now an international airport. It's not just a podunk, asphalt strip like we used to have. And anyway. We're on approach, and we're coming in, and I'm watching this plane off to the side, and I'm going, I know there are two big, landing strips here, but I don't think they want us on the, and he's getting closer and closer and closer. And finally I said to the instructor, I said, hey, no, don't talk. I'm talking to the tower. And I said, hey, that guy shouldn't be here. And we were so close on the radar, they thought we were the same plane, and they had cleared us to land on the same runway.
Wow.
And we were wingtip to wingtip. And I'm not kidding. There was, without exaggeration, there was probably maybe 20 feet between wingtip and wingtip.
Wow.
And of course, we were already dead on line. And he was moving in.
Wow.
For approach.
So had you not said something that you probably would have liked?
Yeah, because he was focused. The other pilot was watching him, and the passengers, they weren't looking.
Yeah.
And I just happened to notice him off there. And oh boy, he gets on the horn, and he's talking to the tower, and you see that other pilot, he looked over, his eyes went as big as a bear's, and he just takes off. And oh boy, I tell you, we landed there, and that was it. It was my last. I said, that's it.
No more flying for you.
No more flying, and that was with me being a pilot.
Yeah.
But that was the start of a long career of flying in the bush and stuff with other characters in Africa and South America and all kinds of places.
So you're learning to fly into high school, college years, right?
Right.
What's next? High school, did you go to school for mining, or did you just kind of pick it up?
Of all the kind of oddities, I guess, I was a competitive swimmer.
Okay.
It was a big thing in the Bay Area, and that was in the days of Mark Spitz and so forth. And in fact, he and I were competitors. He was a year older than I was, but we competed in the same events. He always won, of course. I think I beat one of his times once, but I always teased everybody the only reason that he's good was because he didn't have anything else to do but swim. He didn't have much of a personality. He wouldn't talk to people. He didn't have any girlfriends and stuff. And I go, yeah, I'll take the girlfriends. So, anyway, but my swim coach and a coach at the University of Alaska Fairbanks were, I guess, in college together or something. And both were coaches, and he was looking for swimmers for University of Alaska Fairbanks.
Okay.
And, so he flew down, and watch me swim and try out and went over my times and all that, and made me an offer to come up, full-time scholarship to come up to the University of Fairbanks, or Alaska at Fairbanks. And anyway, I was planning on doing that right after high school. And then my aunt, who was in Seattle, she said, "What do you want to go up there for? You're going to freeze to death." And just kind of poo-pooed the idea with my parents and stuff. So I didn't know what I was going to do. And at the time, Vietnam was at its peak, and this was in the late 60s. And anyway, I didn't know really what I wanted to do. I liked the swimming. I liked the idea of a full ride scholarship and stuff, but I liked the girls down there, type thing. Yeah. So, and then with Vietnam, I mean, half the school were hippies and half were, real conservative, and it just, I don't know. But anyway, I ended up getting drafted. They had a lottery. And I went in for the physical, and I don't want to sound racist, but I was like the only white boy in town there, I mean, it wasn't blacks, it was Mexicans.
Yeah.
And it was in San Jose, and I'm going, whoa, I mean, there were a few other white guys here. But anyway, I get up, and the doctor's doing the physical and going through the list of stuff and everything. And I had a heart murmur.
Okay.
So he hears that and stuff, and he says, "No," he says, "you're 4F, you're not gonna get drafted." And I said, "Well," how does this lottery thing work? Because they did it twice. One time I had a 300 and something number, and the next time I had like 9 or 10 or something.
Wow.
And that's the one I had to go report on. And anyway, he says, every district is different. He says, you have a quota you have to meet, and if you don't meet it, with the first round of numbers, then you go to the subsequent numbers and so forth until you get it. But he says, everybody's volunteering because it's either going to prison or going to the Army.
Yeah.
And so the guys go, "Well, do I want 2 years in the Army or 3 years in the joint?"
Yeah.
And so the judges made sure that there were plenty of willing men to go. So they'd either been busted by drugs or something, I don't know. But anyway, so so I ended up going on a LDS mission.
Okay.
And I went to England. And
I went to the Philippines.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So.
And I spent a year in England and a year in Wales, which everybody says same as England, but the Welsh don't feel that way. But anyway, so I came back, and I went to Brigham Young University. Well, actually, I went. I had already had some schooling at City College in California there, and then I went to BYU, and I was thinking about, always in the back of my mind, Alaska. I mean, the whole thing. In fact, one of the most famous bush pilots in Alaska, and in fact, in the museum there, they have I forget what they call that.
Is it a museum here in Nome?
No, this one's in Anchorage, at the Anchorage Airport, Fort Hood, or not Fort Hood, but Lake Hood, where they have all the amphibious planes and stuff. And anyway, A.A. Bennett was one of the first guys there, and old bush pilot, and he's the one that taught my dad to fly in a float plane.
Oh, okay.
And so anyway, so there was a connection there, and my dad would, since he was mechanically oriented, AA would fly my dad into the bush
To work on mining equipment.
Yeah, well, no, actually to fix planes that had cracked up.
Okay.
Because at the time they were in Idaho and the Sawtooth Mountains, and a lot of these actors would come up on these special hunts, and they'd get back into the Sawtooths in the pretty rough country, and if the plane would break a strut or a wheel or, you know, ding a prop or something like that, to bring another plane in to fly them out. And then my dad would fix them up and best he could. I remember seeing one plane, he had a wheel on one side and a log skid on the other. And he told me once, he said, "Hey, Bennett," he said he always had this rule. He says, "I'll never fly in an airplane unless I'm the pilot." And he never flew in a commercial airplane or, you know,
Wow.
unless he was the pilot.
You know Zeke, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
His dad's a pilot.
Oh, is he?
And he was saying that he feels more comfortable flying up here in
Yeah.
Nome than he does driving a car in Seattle because
Well, that's probably true. I've done a little flying around here. It's beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, a whole different story up here.
yeah, but so your dad would never fly a commercial?
No, it wasn't my dad. It was A.A. Bennett that
Oh,
would
okay.
do that. My father flew a lot of commercial stuff. But anyway, he said and he had flown into this one area, and the prop had, again, it was a wooden prop, and it had been dinged up pretty bad. So my dad actually was sawing it and filing it, and they were trying to tune it in to balance it, you know.
Yeah.
He said that get it to where it looked just about right, and to get in, fire it up, and he would, you know, put the throttle to it. Nah, I don't like it. Too much vibration, you know. So they'd go back and tweak it a little more and tweak it. And he says, finally, my dad said, it was perfect. It was better than new, you know, and a little shorter, you know. But he says finally A and him flew out. But anyway, he had quite a few stories from that. But anyway, that kind of got my interest up in Alaska. And I was mining in Northern California with my dad as I was going through high school.
Just river mining, or
We were river mining. We were mainly on the Stanislaus River.
I've heard there's still a ton of gold down there, but you can't get it because
There
of
is
regulation.
more gold in California still than, you know, they ever took out. But because of all
the water shortage. And,
well, they say water shortage, but, you know, that can be worked around too. But it's just all the environmental regulations, and everything's off limits, and you can't do this, you can't do that. And it's gotten to where you can't even, you know, you can't go hiking anymore unless you're on an approved path and you signed up in advance and you got a permit. And, you know, it's nothing like it used to be. And I remember once the Dredging Association was trying to get people to write the senators and the governor, and that's back when Schwarzenegger was governor. And anyway, I wrote to the senators, and I got one response back, and the guy said, if you really want to talk to me, communicate through this other email. And I'm going to, you know, it was already up for a vote, and it had passed the state senate. And anyway, it was going to Schwarzenegger's desk to be signed off. So I wrote to Schwarzenegger. I got a 2-page letter back from him
Wow.
that was, I believe, it was endorsed by him, but I believe it was dictated because it was personalized enough. It couldn't have been
It couldn't have been
a form
pre-filled.
stand,
Yeah.
you know. And he said, I really appreciate, because I ran off too much. I should have kept it more brief, but I sent him like a 3-page argument, you know, of things that people wouldn't bring up that were in favor, you know. they were talking all about, the fish runs and so forth. And, you talk to any fisherman down there, they love the dredgers because that would make the deeper holes and stuff for the fish to get into the cooler water and so forth.
Yeah.
And I mean, I remember fish around me when I was diving, I remember 10 years old, I was diving with a 10-inch dredge.
Oh my goodness.
Now, it takes a pretty good
that could
guy.
suck you up.
That's right. It takes a pretty good sized guy to run a 10-inch nozzle, and the thing would scare me to death. And back then, boy, you suck it down to a rock and you needed a pry bar to get it loose.
Wow.
It'd take your hand right off, pinch it off. So I had to be real careful. Anyway,
So, and then this was in rivers.
this was in rivers, and we would spend weekends up there, mostly the summer weekends and stuff. And so it was always a lot of fun to get away. And, it was like first kid in junior high or whatever to have a wetsuit, and stuff. And that was kind of neat for show and tell. And, but anyway, it just kind of, the panning idea I wasn't real happy with. I was always kind of an innovator or an inventor growing up at several.
Well, with your dad
things.
being an airplane mechanic and being hands-on like that, I'm sure he kind of inspired that.
He did, and and he technically was an aerospace research scientist, and so they took, a lot of these ideas and stuff, and that's what they would do. They would test different things and different approaches, different metals. Again, just flipping back to Vietnam, I remember one of the things they had to do was bazookas that they would use. The guys could carry like 4 or 5 rounds. I can't remember. I think it was 4. And the bazooka. And what would happen is if the guy got killed and the gooks would confiscate the bazooka, and then they would try to find somebody else that had some rounds, and then they could use them against us.
Okay, yeah.
Use our own weapons against us. So what they wanted was a bazooka that would fatigue so much that on the 5th round, I believe it was,
It wouldn't work anymore.
it would explode
Okay,
in the chamber.
okay.
And so they played around with a lot of different metals and different, they had all these different test methods and gauges, things.
Imagine that being your job.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
day showing up and you figure out stuff like that. That would be.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. He told me one time they went to Paul Masson Winery and got 100,000 gallon vat, and they had
That's huge.
Yeah, they had to reassemble the thing at the Lockheed facility, and what they were doing was they were doing a deep water vessel, trying to see how deep they could go in the ocean, and the intention was to mine the deep sea manganese nodules on the ocean floor that were coming up out of the vents and so forth. Well, that was, not the truth. The truth was they were looking for aircraft and ships that had gone down in deep trenches and stuff. And he said they had this submersible vessel sitting in this vat, and to create the depths, what they did is they had these huge vacuum pumps.
So they get the air pressure.
Multi-stage vacuum pumps, and they pull the vacuum on the vessel. And you're talking vessels that had like 6 inch of the thick of the, densest high-tech steel that we can come up with, right?
Wow.
And then they would squeeze a couple of guys in there, and if it goes, they're pancaked. And I talked to a couple of those deep
I'm sure the sound of the boat compressing.
One of the guys was telling me, he says, I've been down there, I think it was 6,000 feet in a deep trench, something like that. I know it was over 3,500. And he said, of course, it was all classified then.
Yeah.
And he said that steel would be weeping the most purified water you could believe. I mean, all of
The steel was acting as a filter?
yeah, there was so much pressure. Imagine 6 inches of, I don't know what it was, titanium or something. And he says, they were just drenched.
Wow.
And he said it took a lot of psychological, control just to keep,
Keep from losing it.
Yeah. But I actually have one of the deep sea nodules. One of the vice presidents of Lockheed knew my dad was into the minerals and so forth, and he left, and his secretary brought this to him in a canister, and it's underwater, anyway, it's actually one of the original nodules from, I think it was a 3,200 foot depth or something like that.
That's amazing.
But anyway, when my dad was doing one of the tests, getting back to the submersible, he said he had just gotten up to pressure or up to vacuum.
Yeah.
Okay. And he said he reached for the valve to turn it off because it had met the overload spec. He said, just as he reached for it, she went. And he said, oh my gosh, he says 100,000 gallons of water just blew up everywhere, blew the vat up, they had a grandstand there with all these admirals and stuff and big shots from back in the Pentagon and everything. Watching this thing go. And anyway, he says everybody just drenched. So anyway, fun times.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm losing track.
This was coming from being a 10-year-old dredging on a 10-inch dredge.
Right.
We talked about your dad being innovative and that kind of sidetracked us.
There we go. All right. Yeah. So I was always thinking time. I remember when I was 3 years old, I wanted a gold balance for my birthday. 3 years old, I could barely talk. And I go, yeah, I want one of those things where you can weigh your gold.
One of these.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I now have a collection of all antique ones and everything. I noticed in the Nome Bank, in the Wells Fargo Bank, they have this huge one.
I'll have to go in and look at it.
They've got a small one from the 1800s, like I have. Mine came out of the Denver Mint. I think it was 1902 or 1904. And theirs is exactly the same model as mine. There was one little difference, but then they have a huge one.
Yeah.
That, I mean, it must, it could weigh hundreds of pounds at a time, very big weights. Things like got a 6 foot long beam.
And that's in their lobby?
Yeah.
You're going to have to go look at that.
Yeah, it's worth it. But anyway, I don't know why. I mean, I had my little gold pen, and stuff. And of course, we didn't have plastics back then, so it was a metal one. As I got older, the time I was, 10 and older, early teens and stuff, I'd sit there on rocks panning concentrates and stuff. And I go, man, this is crazy. This is so much work.
Yeah.
And I remember going, a lot of the rivers that we were on, the Chinese had gone through and mined. And so us teenagers would go through and we would look for their old opium dens and stuff and would find their old broken bottles. Never could find one that wasn't broken.
Yeah.
Because they had to break off the tops, And we found a few pipes and stuff. And I remember this one area on bedrock. It was out in the middle of the river. and we were barefoot and walking across that, and I felt something sharp on my feet. I kept feeling around and stuff, and I couldn't see it because we were about waist deep, and the river was running pretty good, and I couldn't figure out. It wasn't years later, it dawned on me, those suckers had diverted the river and chiseled in the bedrock riffles.
They made their own sluice box.
They made their sluice boxes
Whoa.
out of the stone on the bedrock, and they had been there for 100 and something years.
So they had been catching gold for 100 years.
Exactly. If I would, and now it's under some lake.
Yeah.
And, I'm thinking, oh man, if I would have thought I could have figured out a way to just suck those riffles out,
Yeah.
But anyway, too bad. But we'd find potholes every once in a while, and then the mercury would get in them, and then the stones would burrow out the holes, and some of the holes would get fairly deep, and new gold that would be floating in and stuff, the sand would get ground up and blown out, but the amalgam would stay down in there.
Yeah.
And so sometimes you could pull out a rock in a hole, and there'd be a good amalgam sponge on the bottom of it.
Wow.
But we were only getting $36 an ounce,
I was looking at the book, and I was like, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I would talk to Ian about that last night. I was like, I can't believe this. Like back in like the 30s or whatever, the 60s, that gold now has just hit $2,000 an ounce, and back then $36 an ounce was about average, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it was until I think it was 72 before they released control of the gold. And I thought, boy, there has to be a lot of pent up market, for gold. But we had to sell whatever gold we got to buy equipment and to keep going.
Yeah.
And not much different than nowadays, it's hard to get ahead. You got to eat the golden goose, or you can't wait for it to lay another egg.
Egg, yeah.
So anyway, we'd get the amalgam, and sometimes we'd just burn it off, or you'd use acid or something to digest it and get some gold that way. And sometimes us kids would go around just sniping like that, and we'd find more gold than the dads would, with the big operation.
That had to be a sad clean out for Dad.
Yeah.
My son beat me.
I know one time my dad did. I did pretty good. I found like a half ounce of stuff in the hole, and he took it. So anyway, yeah.
So what was your first trip, your first adventure out of college, like work for mining?
Well, after I had graduated, I went to work for a steel company, and I kept thinking that I got into sales and so forth. And then we were having a recession at the time, and interest rates were going up quite a bit. And I kept thinking, boy, I always wanted to get back into mining, and of course I was single, and well, not by the time I graduated. I was married my last year, but I kept thinking about things over the years to mechanize some of the things I had seen and done over the years growing up in mining, and yet no one knew about it. Nobody seemed to know anything about it in Utah. Very few knew about it in California, and yet I'd kind of grown up around it, and it was second nature to me. And so I had all these ideas and stuff, and wanted to play around with them. Well, my father, he was always building. In fact, I have probably I'm willing to bet that I have the only existing titanium sluice box. Made out of missile parts. Okay. And so we were always trying to figure out something. Yeah, I have a 3-section box, and it's all out of titanium. Super strong, super lightweight.
Take you wherever.
Amazing. Oh yeah. And the thing is, it's so valuable, I don't want to use it, you know. Afraid I've lost a few in storms and stuff. And I go, I don't want to lose this one.
Yeah.
But I remember him, you can't hardly drill it. Nowadays, they have diamond drills and stuff.
Well, they were talking about in Skunk Works.
Yeah.
They were talking about building a plane that could go supersonic and across the country so fast, and they were trying to develop it with titanium.
Yep.
And they said that just sharpening the drill bits, normally on an aluminum, they can use them hundreds of times.
Right.
But they had the machine special drill bits specifically for the titanium planes.
Exactly, and they had to be. My dad worked with that metal as well. They had a lot of cobalt that they were doing welding with and different things, and just what was one of the other things?
Just the R&D involved with that is insane.
Yeah, it is. Beryllium was another one that they were welding with somehow and fusing stuff and come up with all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I remember he was drilling 8-inch holes to put rivets in this titanium box, right? We're talking like, 4 holes on each side of each thing. So a total of, I don't know, 30 some holes. It took him months.
Wow.
And he would come home every night with a box with like, I don't know if there was 100, but there was at least 50 bits in it that had just been sharpened by the machine shop. And they had a deal there at Lockheed at the machine shop that, if you check out a bit, you bring it back, they sharpen it, right?
Yeah.
So you just keep going. Well, we're taking a little advantage of Lockheed sharpening it. Anyway, he just, it took forever just to get a hole in it. And you couldn't punch it because the punches weren't hard enough, well, when they got them hard enough for that, and then they were too brittle.
Okay.
Different things.
You just couldn't win.
So anyway, it just took forever just to even get a few holes. But anyway, so we'd always R&D'd on this stuff over the years. And when I was in college, I was thinking about that. And then when I graduated, I went into sales. Then there was a company called Goldfield, and they, oddly enough, were in Provo.
Okay.
And I'm going, what is a gold company
doing in
Provo?
Yeah.
Right? Well, they had a P.O. box, no street address and stuff, and I'd seen them in the California Mining Journals, which was a periodical that had been going on since I think I have some back in the 50s that my dad had, and they were out of Santa Cruz, California, and I remember they're still there.
Yeah. I spent some time in Santa
Good
Cruz.
friends of mine, yeah. And so anyway, there was this ad for Goldfield in there, and so I had gotten laid off during this recession, and I said, well, why not? And so I was actually interviewing for another job, and I noticed a sign that said Goldfield on it. So this is crazy. So I go over, I'm in a 3-piece suit and tie, for this other interview, and I said, man, I'm just curious. I had no idea this place was here, and I said, there's no address, and I guess I should have called the phone number or something. Well, there wasn't even a phone number. I think you had to write or something like that. But anyway, so I went in there and I go, do you mind if I walk around, and stuff? And so the foreman that was there, he took me around and I started asking him questions about stuff. And he says, I don't know the answers to this. He says, you know more about this than I do. He says, and they were building trommels and wash plants and sluice boxes and stuff. And anyway, I went to leave. I just said, hey, I really appreciate you showing me around. This has been fun. I said, I'm going to be late for an interview for a job. And he says, are you looking for work? And I said, well, yeah, nobody was hiring, you know. And he says, I'm going to have somebody call you, And I said, well, okay. So I go to my interview, and nothing came of that. And that night, I get this call from the owner. And he says, I understood you came into the shop today and you have a background in this stuff. I said, well, yeah, I kind of grew up with it. It's fun. And he says, well, come on down. Let's have an interview, And he tried drilling me on a lot of, more detailed stuff. And
you had all the answers.
Yeah, it was second nature to me, right? And so he hired me on the spot. And I thought, man, this is great. So I worked with him for several years. And then he sold the business. And because the price of gold was not fixed, but depends on how you want to look at it. For years, gold was around 300, 350 for almost 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it was controlled by central banks, and the big mining companies were hedging. Everybody wanted to get the most for the gold. So the minute there would be pressure, it used to be like when oil would go up, gold would go up.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden the opposite was happening and different things. And we're going, and then it always seemed to be around this 300, 350. And finally, my take on it was that's when everyone was dumping their gold, is when the pressure to drive it up was strong, they would dump it, because if they dumped it in a soft market, it would just drive the price way down. So that went on for years. Well, these central banks in all these foreign countries, including England, the U.S. was, I think, one of the few that never sold off their gold reserves. We sold off a lot of silver, but never were gold. But they had nothing to back their currencies with. They weren't on the gold standards, but everybody had confidence in the gold being there. If something happened to their economies, they could
have the gold reserves.
And so, I looked at it and I thought, well, that's, so anyway, he sold it to a guy that was, had a mechanical PhD, engineering degree out of Penn State, and he was kind of a know-it-all. And I hope he hears this. Anyway, he had a good mind, but he was one of these guys that couldn't communicate it and wasn't a real people person.
Yeah.
And he didn't really take the time to understand the process. But as far as, the mechanics of it, he was fine. So, so we innovated a bunch of different equipment, and over the years I developed equipment through Goldfield and stuff, and I'd go, well, we kind of need something to fit this market, and then we'd go to work, and I'd work with the engineers on it, and we'd come up with a prototype, and we had some good successes with that. But the market was pretty soft, and we had built some equipment for Lockheed, and it was a test through an environmental division, testing equipment for Johnson Atoll and out in the Solomon Islands. And it was a plutonium cleanup, basically. And years later, they had come back and they said they had another one at China Lake, California. And this one was a target range, and they had been using depleted uranium as armor-piercing rounds to go through 1-inch armored plate.
Wow.
And you know, we're talking distances of like 3-mile targets, you know. And, you know, they'd hit and they'd ricochet, and a lot of people don't know that depleted uranium has the same specific gravity, or very close to that of gold and tungsten, yet it's pyrophoric. So when it impacts and hits, it actually burns.
Okay.
And that's how they were able to penetrate the armor piercings.
Tanks and stuff like that.
It would hit it with not only so much impact, but it would literally just melt its way right through it. It's just super high heats. And anyway, I had the privilege of going to ground zero, where they had actually done the atomic bomb in Utah.
Yeah. Okay.
And or Nevada, I can't remember where it was. It was in Nevada. And anyway, it was the fallout that came into southern Utah. Okay. And those tanks had been used for years for different targets and different things. And they had used the armor-piercing rounds on them too. And they just looked like, you know, melted candles out there. It's crazy. But we were checking the radiation levels and, you know, and stuff like that. But, you know, so they had ordered equipment for China Lake, and it was specialized equipment, and I actually wasn't involved. So I was initially involved with the design of it, and then I got waylaid onto another project for Mexico, and so the owner took over, and he changed everything and really balled it up. Him and a couple of other engineers, and going, "What are you guys doing?" Anyway, they built the equipment, shipped it down to China Lake, and, you know, bottom line is it didn't work.
Yeah.
And I'd seen it being built, and I'm going, I don't know what you guys are thinking, what you're trying to do. So anyway, Lockheed had thrown several of their people at it, and they couldn't get it to work. Goldfield had thrown all their people at it, and they couldn't get it to work. So they called me in Mexico and said, "Come back, you've got to go fix this stuff, make it work." And I go, "I've been off of that project for a year." I said, "I don't know what you guys did, but it sure looks screwed up to me."
Yeah.
They go, "No, we're involved, you know, potential lawsuits and everything else." And can't remember the name of the Alliant Tech, I think, was the Navy contractor that built the rounds and stuff. And but anyway, I said, "Well, okay, I'll see what I can do." And they fly out there and do a walk down and check it out. And I went, "Oh my gosh," you know.
Were they trying to develop a sluice box to collect the plutonium?
Well, partly. We did have sluices in the systems, but we were using mineral jigs. Was what they had developed for the plutonium out in Johnson Atoll. And these were full size because, you know, the mining recovery systems are built based on specific gravity.
Yeah.
And when you're talking densities of materials and solids that are close to gold, I mean, it fits. And a mineral jig, a little difficult to explain, but the principle behind it is called hindered settling. And the best example I can come up with, if you take two spheres, two balls, like let's say a volleyball and a bowling ball, you know, obviously close to the same size, but one weighs a lot more than the other. Well, if you use the same amount of energy to throw them up in the air, the volleyball's going to go like crazy, and you're going to be lucky if you get a few inches on the bowling ball, right?
Yeah.
Well, when they come back down, what's first? The bowling ball.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same principle as like winnowing corn and rice and so forth in the foreign
Shaft
country.
goes off.
You throw it up in the air and shaft blows it away. Well, we mechanically take in the water stream and we pulse it with these big rubber plungers, if you will, and it dilates the beds, and then the light stuff goes to the top, and the heavy stuff falls down first, and then the current takes it off. And so it's, pulsing these beds. And then we use sluice boxes, like they do out here, to do the, as a backup. Basically, if there's a mechanical failure, you can kind of tune your jig in, because you can go with more water, more stroke, faster, slower, whatever. There's a number of variables you can work with. And we use jigs commercially for all kinds of different specific gravities. I've designed systems both in Africa and South America for diamonds, sapphires.
Because the same principle applies.
Same
It's
principle.
the weight of the material you're trying to.
Exactly. But
Interesting.
when you get to diamond and quartz, your specific gravities are getting close, and so you got to really be on top of that.
Wow.
And, garnet, people will jig for garnet for your sandpaper and stuff like that, and so you've got the precious gems, semi-precious gems, then you have commercial stuff like garnet and different things. And then you get into the heavier things. We design systems for cleaning up target ranges at your normal.
Just to gather the lead.
The lead shot.
Huh.
And so we did a lot of used jigs, So if you know how to use them, they can be your friend or your worst enemy if things aren't going right. But
So back to the plutonium.
and
They brought you in to solve a problem they just couldn't figure out.
right. And so I came out there, made them a list of things, additional equipment they needed, and some things they needed to change and so forth. I went back to Mexico. They called me back up again, and they said, we got it done. And this is like a week later. And I'm going, no way. You couldn't have even got the equipment in by then, So I went ahead and came back a couple of weeks later, went out there, and they hadn't done anything. And I go, why are you wasting my time?
Yeah.
I said, I can't.
Keep coming back.
Yeah, keep coming back if you're not going to get this equipment. We'll get it. Our budget's tied up right now. We're losing, I don't know, 50 grand a day or something like that. And we got all these millions of dollars invested out here, and their accountants aren't releasing any funds to buy any new equipment because they want us to use what we have. And I said, you have the wrong stuff.
Yeah.
You haven't done it right. You need this other stuff. And I go, I feel for you, but I don't know what I can do. And so I thought about it, and, they had, what they needed were slurry pumps and stuff, and they had water pumps in place and stuff. And I go, I'm just going to be tearing up your lines and your pumps and your motors and stuff in a matter of weeks. I said, this thing's it's gonna go for a couple of years,
Yeah.
And I said, you got the wrong stuff, and just get it started, and that will free up the money to get this other. And I said, all right. I said, I'll go through, and I had a crew there that I could work with, and we had to do a lot of radioactive training and this type of thing. And it was in a hot zone, so we're dealing with radioactive materials in the middle of freaking Death Valley.
Yeah.
It's the same altitude, just next mountain over, and we were out there in Tyvek suits with we had to have goggles on, respirators, completely taped up, gloves.
So you're
boots,
just sweating like a pig in there.
Yeah, it's 130 degrees out there in the shade, and you're in a Tyvek suit. And fortunately they were white, so it would reflect some heat, but you were good for like 10, 15 minutes on the hot side in the hot zone. And you were just dehydrating. You felt like your body was just like a sponge. It was just wringing out. Your boots would be like you had stepped in water.
Wow.
And and then in the wintertime, that old desert can get cold. I remember one time I actually skied at China Lake on snow, right down the road. I just took off. There was about 2 inches of snow. I was
Were you towed behind a truck?
No, I just took off and went on my shoes. And but real extremes there. But anyway, I told him, I said, I'll give you 3 weeks, and if you don't have this equipment in here, I'm done. I'm going to shut it down, and your other equipment, I'm going to be not sabotaging, but I'm going to be.
Well, you're putting it through what it shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, I'm going to be ruining your equipment. So sure enough, 3 weeks to the day. Next day, I got it all fired up, got it going, and they were just, breaking out the champagne and happier than all get out. And I said, remember,
in 3 weeks,
it's going to be so compacted up, and it isn't going to work. And anyway, nothing showed up. And I go, guys, time's up. And they had a big meeting in Las Vegas, and I was to go to it, and I shut the plant down. And they said, you can't do that. I said, I just did.
Yeah.
And there ain't nobody out here knows how to turn it on again.
Yeah.
And so they've gone through, I don't know how many engineers and people that, oh yeah, we can do this, we can do that. Nah, they can't. Anyway, they went to the meeting, and I told the big shots there, it came to my time to report, and I said, it's shut down now for good. What do you mean you can't do this?
They're all losing their minds.
Yeah, and the big boss, he hit the table so hard. It was one of them big old thick oak tables. He actually broke his little finger.
Wow.
And he was so livid. And there was one lady, I swear she crawled out on her hands and knees. Was behind everybody. She was scared to death when he hit that table. Oh, he was mad. And then I got chewed out by several layers, but I was a contractor.
Yeah.
I didn't care.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, I warned you guys. I told you, I don't know what you're thinking, I said, just because it was running didn't mean that it's going to keep running. We'll get your stuff. Well, I had already hedged my bet a little bit, and there was 2 big slurry line pumps that I knew were going to take time to make and the way I wanted them configured. So I had called some friends that had worked with before in the pump company, and they had already staged them and had them pretty much ready to ship. Had to put some new liners in them, but anyway, I had them ready to ship that next week, and they, got them out there real quick, and I got them in line, and once I got those set up and some other things, basically I ran for a couple of years.
No problems.
No problems. And so we were running 24/7, and processing all this material now.
Was this like your first kind of big contract deal with Lockheed and your first kind of experience going into that?
Exactly. And they had wanted to hire me away from Goldfield from the get-go. And I said, no. I said, my family's up there. And, well, move your family down, I said, no, this is a, 1.5, 2-year job, I said, I'm not gonna do that for that. And anyway, about a year into it, Goldfield was really in a bind, and they quit paying. And they were supposed to be billing my hours to Lockheed as contractor hours, and I was supposed to be getting a bonus for being down there and stuff built into it, and I wasn't getting it. and I was getting a basic check, and I said, guys,
This isn't going to work.
it ain't happening. I said, I'm not going to be doing the extra mile here for nothing. And oh, you can't leave. All your friends will lose their jobs. All this sad story stuff. And I said, I got to worry about me and my family too. So I went back to Lockheed and I said, well, if your offer's still standing, this is like a year into it. I said, I'll go to work with you. So anyway, I stayed on there for another year on that project till we closed it down. And we had a number of issues, not with the gravity separation equipment, but with we were taking the water that had been contaminated, and in order to release it, it had to be below background levels of radiation. And we were pumping water for like 3 miles away in the nearest well out there. And anyway, so it was a pretty precious commodity, and it had a 1 million gallon lined pond. And anyway, they were hoping to be able to release this water into that. And anyway, the more we were reworking that water, the more contaminated it was getting.
Because it was circulating back into itself.
Yeah, and they wouldn't let us, we couldn't, let's see, how did they put it? They had a cliche, dilution is not the solution. So we couldn't dilute it to background levels. We had to extract it, and we were taking the radioactive particles out of the water, contaminated water, and we could only use water as makeup water, but not release water.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so we ended up, the water that we were releasing that met background levels had filled up this 1 million gallon pond. And they couldn't figure out, well, what are we going to do with it? Yeah, we're going to have to shut down, and because they won't let us release it back into the groundwater. It would have never hit groundwater anyway. I don't know. It must be 300-400 foot deep to some of the most arid sand I've ever seen. And so anyway, they said, come up with something. And I go, well, okay. So it got me thinking.
You're like, all right, let me just jump right on that.
Yeah. So I love challenges like that. So my gravity circuit had already pretty much done its thing. We decontaminated and cleaned it up, shipped it to the Skunk Works.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I knew where I'd been in the Skunk Works. And anyway, so I'm hanging on, and they gave me this challenge, and I said, okay. So I came up with a few prototypes. I said, okay, I want to try to do this. And I said, I'm going to evaporate this. And they said, you can't. There's no way you can evaporate 1 million gallons.
Yeah.
I said, oh yeah, I can. If there's any place in the world I
Nevada's the place to do it.
I said, Death Valley is the place to do it. I mean, we are sitting in the ideal place. I said, I can do it. And they said, no, you'll never be able to do it. I said, watch me. So we had a bunch of older 3-inch PVC pipe we'd used for a main line and taken out like a mile of it or whatever, replaced it. So I took it and I made this basically floating rack. I put end caps on the 3-inch PVC, and then I used the 1-inch or whatever as the cross members, and I put little sprinkler heads on there that were, excuse me.
There's some water down here if you want some.
They're atomizing nozzles. And the thing I was worried about, I gotta get this off here. was worried about my throat going.
Yeah.
And I got throat cancer
Oh, I'm sorry.
a couple of years ago, and they went in and operated on my vocal cords. Took what they could. They couldn't get it without destroying my vocal cords worse than they already did. But then they did radiation, and they just went back out of me.
Well, if it gets painful, just
No, it's all right. It just gets dry. So anyway, I made this huge sprinkler system, and my big issue was there was enough organics in the material we were running, because we literally vacuumed up about 5 acres of material with these high volume and high suction vacuum. It's all over the desert there, because we had to get any fragments that had ricocheted off of the targets and make everything the background. Well, they got all this sagebrush, weeds, whatever, dry grass. By the time that went through the systems, it had just been fragmented into just really fine, you couldn't even see it, organics. But they were plugging up like jets, because these are
calcium buildup.
Well, yeah, any of that, And so I'm going, okay, so I came up with a filter sock and tube, and it was about 100-footer, and had this fine sock that went over the serrated tube and stuff, and that seemed to keep all the water, and I said, now, guys, when I evaporate this, the last layer is going to be enriched. It's going to be hot. So you're going to have to go back now, because it'll be above ground.
Because it settles.
Yeah. It's going to be concentrating, the water until the last bit. So, no problem. So anyway, I got this thing going, and it took me about, I'm going to guess, 2 months. And I not only evaporated the 1-million-gallon pond, but I was able to take all the water that they could give me. And you never saw anything come out.
Wow. Just because it would mist, and then it would just evaporate. Yeah. That's amazing.
And they wouldn't ever let me take photographs of it. I thought, man, I want a photo of this thing. I got a 1-million-gallon tank pond, with this array, and I had it all slick looking too,
Yeah.
And anyway, so we got that done. And,
was this 70 still, or what?
This would have been 92-ish,
Okay.
94, something like that.
So mid-career, kind of like.
Yeah. Yeah. And so then they wanted me to go back east and work on another cleanup thing. And then Houston had, I got my undergraduate degree in marketing,
Okay.
business management. And so.
That's kind of a shift.
Yeah, it really is. And so here I have this sales background and degree, but my heart's into the mining stuff, right? So Houston office for Lockheed heard about me, interviewed me and stuff, and they said, we want you to come work for us as a manager for developing this environmental stuff. And so, okay. So I went to work for them and ended up having an office in Houston, one in Las Vegas, one in Idaho Falls, and eventually had another one in Pocatello.
Wow. Yeah.
And not only I had offices, but I had secretaries in each one of them. And I'm going, okay, so I'm bouncing around and stuff, and it was a pretty good life, but I spent a lot of time in the air and living on credit cards. They got me, I told them, I said, I am sick and tired of using my personal credit cards and then having
reimbursed.
And then having them reimbursed and everything. So they got me special Lockheed unlimited card, you know, and it was like carte blanche, you know.
Wow.
I mean, it was, they said, use this for anything you need. And I go, okay. And I never saw a bill, a paper,
Wow.
nothing. It was
Wow.
beautiful. Although I could have had a couple of million miles on my personal credit card, you know, hindsight,
I
you
have a friend
know.
that runs a business where he buys and sells a bunch of stuff, and he uses his personal credit card to get
Yep.
the Sky Miles.
That's how I get up here every year. So yeah, I blew it there, but it sure was nice. But anyway, eventually things evolved, and I ended up going to. They had asked me. Okay, I was working out of Houston and based out of Houston, and they wanted me to move down there.
Okay.
I said
No way.
I said,
My sister lives there right now.
Oh, I hate Houston. And anyway, I said, that ain't going to happen. And they said, well, we don't know what we're going to do, you know. And I said, well, you're going to have to figure something else out. I said, you know what? Don't even worry about it. I got enough connections. I'll figure it out. So I knew a VP in he was in the, oh shoot, having a brain fart here. Anyway, he was in another division that was doing, making this equipment, specialty stuff, and designing things, doing test beds. And so I said, you know, that's the stuff that I really enjoy. And so Eddie was his name. And I said, Eddie, you called him up. I said, you want me to come work for you? He said, oh yeah, where do you want to go?
Yeah.
You know? And I said, I understand you got a test bed down in Salt Lake City. I said, that's close to my house. I said, how about there?
Yeah.
He said, show up Monday. You know,
Okay.
This is Friday.
Yeah.
And he says, just show up. He says, and I was, what do you call it, an exempt employee, to where I didn't have to fill out time cards and job cards and
Yeah.
all this kind of stuff. And
That's my kind of work right there.
Oh.
I hate doing the time cards
Oh.
and checking in and yeah.
and, you know, and Lockheed was big on that because they were billing it out to, you know, the various jobs.
Well, I was
online.
looking at Skunk Works, and they would
Yeah.
in that book they would minuscule each bolt
Oh.
like to the so they could figure out where it was made if there was a failure and go
Yeah.
back and like just the amount of paperwork involved with that would drive me insane.
Yeah, yeah, and you wonder why a toilet seat costs 10 grand.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's got to have a pedigree. It's got to have everything. You know, every component that went into it. You know. Oh.
So
Yeah.
you show up on Monday.
So I show up on Monday in Salt Lake, and they go, "What are you guys doing? Or what are you doing here?" And I said, Eddie said, "Come down and help you out." Well, great. And I knew a couple of the guys there, and so, well, what do you want to do? I said, "What are we doing?" You know?
Tell me what I need to do.
And we were building the actual full scale from the prototype, the full scale processing equipment for another plutonium cleanup in Pit 9 in the IENL or whatever.
INEL in Pocatello.
In Pocatello, over
Okay.
there in the desert.
I have a few friends that work there right
Yeah.
now.
So that's how I ended up getting out there, but eventually, we were building, it was all stainless steel equipment. It all had to be 100% X-ray. And we had interviewed 80 of the nation's top stainless steel welders to come in, and only 2 of them passed the test.
The background check.
Yeah, not background.
The actual welding test.
Welding test.
Okay.
Because these guys were incredible, and their life expectancy for their eyes was about 5-6 years.
Just because
At
that's how
their
much
level.
time there.
It was that intense of
Wow.
what they were doing. And But we had guys, I've been welding for, 25, 30 years. Nobody can tell, nobody knows. I've been teaching it.
But they can't see because they burn their retinas, right?
Yeah, and well, that was one of the problems, but most of them were just all talk and no show.
Yeah.
And there's a thing called sugar root on a weld for stainless. It's on the back side of the weld, so the surface looks beautiful.
Yeah.
But on the back side, it's sugar rooted, and it's not a complete weld. And when we would X-ray them,
you could see a
you
crack
see
or
the fractures.
Yeah.
And there were, and a lot of them were using, the right equipment. They were purging. They just weren't good enough. And I had one of them do a side job for me, and I had this real thin, it wasn't titanium, it was stainless, and it was real thin 1/2-inch pipe. And I was making a coil out of it, and I needed to add about 3 feet to it to finish this coil thing.
Were you making a heater for a dredge?
I was making a preheater. So anyway, he says, do you want the weld to show or not? And I said, I got a bend on it, so it has to be strong enough to take a bend. And I said, so I don't care if it really shows or not. Anyway, he took it and he spliced that thing. And the other welder, who was, top of the game too, he looked at it and he just, I can't believe he could do that. And I've still got it somewhere. And I mean, it's a beautiful job. But anyway, guys were incredible. But anyway, we're building up. We had $35 million invested in just these tanks that we were building and stuff. And then it came down to computerizing the controls on it. And I basically was taking a logistics position there on that project. I'd come in and they'd need something, I'd go arrange to get it and so forth and try to keep things flowing. And obviously I couldn't weld like they couldn't, so I didn't need to do that. But anyway, there was a lot of, stuff to get done there to test the circuits. Well, they had these fancy systems that were, we paid $250,000 a piece, so I think we had 6 of them, and they were a special filter. And it was an agitated filtering system, and it would take things down to 1 micron. And they would pulse it through again, we had to get to a point where we were pulling out we needed clarity in the solution, okay? And then we would take it and run it through resins to pull out the radioactive particles. And so we needed all the particulates out of it. So they were these fancy filters. I never liked them, but anyway, I got elected to be the one to go to the company and get trained on them and how to fix them and everything. And the more I got into them, the more I thought this is, again, a bad idea. And so then we got into controlling, and you got to remember, computers weren't all that savvy back then. And this again was in the mid-90s.
Well, that's when they kind of went from the big, huge room computers down to the personal size computers. And and my first PC that I had, I'll bet there was $7,000 worth of stuff in it, and now you get it for a couple $100 probably. And but anyway, they were trying to program how to control these valves, and so they would meter the valves between these
filters, and they had to have pumps, pressures, and everything had to be flow just right, or you'd end up overfilling or underfilling a tank, and that would starve a pump, and then it would airlock, and there were all these
sorts of
issues.
problems.
Just really compounded. And so I was working with the programmers on it, and okay, what do you need this one to do? And I'd explain it to them and everything. They would program it, and then they would try to get it going in the system, and then we had these little diagrams on the computer screen, seeing the pumps turning and different things and all the different parameters that we needed. And they could never get it right. They could never balance it. So physically, I would have to go and tweak this one and tweak that one, and to visually
line it up,
keep it, or because I had an alarm system set on them. We've got to remember we're dealing with very strong acids and radioactive materials and so forth, and so we couldn't afford to screw up. And anyway, it came down to they could not program it to do what I could do
manually. Yeah.
And I go, I'm only one guy, and I can't go 24/7. And I go, at the very least, I need to take a pee break, So anyway, we basically ended up having to scrap all that, and we sent it to Skunk Works too. That was our big storage hangar. So a lot of good stuff down there,
I guess.
But anyway, we went over to the Pit 9 area, and I interviewed for a job there to be a foreman over that project. And what they had were 4 positions that we were going to rotate 4 foremen 24/7. And anyway, we were to be in charge of the projects and all the extraction methods and everything. It was all done robotically with, we had all kinds of different implements that we could send over rails and drop down, pick up a drum, bring it over to an analyzer, figure out, because Pit 9 was filled with all kinds of junk from different places, and there wasn't inventory. It was just, they put I think they didn't even have a prophylactic liner down. I think it was just a clay liner.
Wow.
And put all these drums and boxes and then just buried them and didn't inventory it. And so they were worried about it leaching and going down into the aquifer and stuff. And
so your job was to clean that up, essentially.
Yeah, we had to go back and open it up, and there was a lot of radioactive PPE equipment and stuff like that were in some of the drums. And there was one suspicion that it happened on another project, though, and they had taken the drums, and remember me telling you a story about the monkeys?
Yeah.
Okay, well, these had frozen monkeys in it, and from another test, and they'd put them in the drums, and then they had spoiled and heated up and so forth, and they started exploding.
Oh my God.
So you had these rotten monkey parts blowing everywhere. So yeah, so it was pretty comical. But anyway, we had this rail system and a whole building that went over it, and all these conveyors and things, and several dozens of people doing different things. And so my counterparts, the other 3 foremen, were managers, were all from the nuclear Navy.
Okay.
And boy, they all thought they were hot shots, they were captains, admirals, whatever, and everything. I come from a mining background, and so they'd expect everybody to, stand at attention and
And you're just you. You're not going to do that.
Like, guys, give me a break, I mean, you're not impressing me, and so, I mean, I respect them for what they did and so forth, but they weren't doing it then, and so I said, out here in the real world, you got to earn your respect, from your guys. You're not going to get it by demanding it. So anyway, that went on for a couple of years, and then Congress cut our funding, the $200 million. And
Gone.
Then we're gone, and so I went to on a layoff and looked around, kept thinking, I got to get back into mining or whatever. And then Goldfield had sold again to some guys, and the owner that was selling it had been retained for a year to transition
To teach the new guy, yeah.
And he kept telling me, we got to hire Randy. We got to hire Randy. And so they interviewed me a couple of times, but these guys are slow to make a decision. So finally it came down to where I said, you shit or get off pot, because I said, I got to find something else,
Yeah.
They said, okay. And so I stayed with them until they sold the business again. And by this time, the world market had dropped off quite a bit, and the price of gold was still being manipulated, and so the artisans and so forth in China, Malaysia, Russia, Australia, New Guinea, South America, Mexico, Canada, Africa, whatever. So we're coming up with equipment that will cater to them, and still there was a lot of research going on, and that was fun. I remember one of the projects was, I can't remember the name of it now. It was up in Northern Territories in Canada, and it was diamond find up there, and they actually found gem quality diamonds in an eroded kimberlite pipe area up there. And we were in on the ground floor, and the guy told me, he says, you really ought to buy our stock. It was trading on the penny stocks in Colorado exchange. And I go, I've done that before. It worked out too good. And so I looked it up, and he had told me it was, he says, I think you can get it for 18 cents or something right now. And I looked it up, and it was already trading at 52 cents. Or something.
Oh, so it had just climbed that much since he had heard.
And well, I think there was from the time he told me, the time I got motivated to look it up was a couple of months. So anyway, I thought, I missed my window. Well, I looked it up a year later, just
to see.
For kicks. It had gotten to $52.
Whoa!
So if I'd have jumped in even at a couple of bucks, I'd have made some money. So anyway, but we built the original prospecting equipment for them and everything, and it all had to fit in an aircraft and bolt together and stuff. So those kinds of projects were fun, but the other stuff was pretty mundane, and the foreign markets were killing us with equipment. Thailand was putting out equipment in China cheaper than I could buy the steel. They could buy it, or they could buy the materials, put in the labor, and ship it to the site, because they own all the shipping channels.
Wow.
They got subsidized labor, which was cheap anyway, subsidized steel,
because it's coming from there,
and
there's no way you can
they could do it all cheaper than I could buy the steel.
I was listening to Titan Rockefeller's biography, and he actually kind of did the same thing with the railroads and the shipping, and he worked out these kind of negotiations with them so that he could undercut and keep his prices low and drive out the competitors.
Well, we couldn't quite afford to buy out the Chinese government.
Right.
Anyway, I mean, yeah, they were putting on site cheaper than I could buy the materials, and our labor was expensive, our overhead was expensive. We were putting out quality equipment,
Yeah,
so we had to kind of take the high road.
you're the Mercedes-Benz of mining.
Yeah, we really were,
Okay.
and people loved our equipment, and it took us. We evolved over years. We put out some stuff we weren't too proud of too, but at least our stuff was surviving, and their stuff wouldn't even start up, let alone hold up. And so what that did was kill the secondary market too, because the guys that go broke. In fact, one of the guys in one of the companies over there that was a main competitor told me, he says, basically his whole strategy was, we will take their money cheap from their organizations, and he was Iranian, okay? And he says, we'll take their money, ship the equipment, and then we do no support.
Service, no,
Yeah, and they're gonna go broke, and he knew that, because it wouldn't work,
Yeah.
okay? Or it would soon break down.
Yeah.
And he says, and I said, man, they're gonna turn around and sue you, you're gonna get a bad rep. He says, we're selling this stuff so cheap,
Yeah.
they can afford to buy 2 or 3 of ours for
What they pay for yours.
ours. And anyway, he says, our whole strategy is just to sell them a pop can and let them go broke. They can't sue us.
Wow.
What are they gonna do, sue us in Thailand? He says, the Thai government's got our back, the Thai employees have got our back. And he says, no judge is gonna, go
after
against us.
that. And they won't have the funds to come after me.
That was the other thing. He
Yeah.
says, we already broke them,
Yeah. That's sad.
And so many bean counters that get into this business look at it and they go, well, they're selling it. It looks really good, and they put out a good brochure and all this. It's so much cheaper. Look at all the money we could save. We don't have to invest in it.
Yeah.
And so the bean counters would go for it every time. Oh no, you got to buy it cheap. Well, cheap bites you in the butt.
Yeah. Especially if you're working in a place like the Yukon,
Oh,
where just to get it there in the first place is so
Oh.
expensive, and then the maintenance and everything.
I can't tell you the number of times for a $5 part has held a $10,000 a day operation up, for days until they can replace that part.
Yeah.
And you go, you've got to build it robust. You've got to have redundancy. You've got to have, and people look at it and go, well, I'm poor boying into it. I don't have the backup, the reserve.
Yeah.
That would be ideal. But, I know a guy that just, running a dredge operation, making, several ounces a day. His pump went out the other day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And no backup engine,
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the $1,000 that it would have cost for the engine, or a couple of thousand, he just lost it a couple of days waiting for something.
Yeah.
We won't mention any names.
Yeah. It's one of those. It's one of those. I work in the entertainment industry.
Oh, okay.
And I'll show up. Like I was down in Phoenix, and I had this big gig that I was doing. We had a $50,000 light show that we were setting up,
Oh, wow.
and the client was paying us probably $10,000-15,000 for this gig.
Sweet.
And there's a little adapter that comes from the light control board that changes it from a 5-pin to a 3-pin XLR, which it's a $10 part, but I didn't have it.
Right.
So last minute, I have this all set up. We get ready to start programming, and I can't program the light show because I didn't have that little part. And I had to call a friend, and luckily he was able to save my ass. But if not, I would have been in a world of hurt. And it's amazing how just you learn that through the School of Hard Knocks of having just duplicate cords, duplicate this, duplicate that, just to, in the case of something breaking or not having it, you always have a backup.
Well, and then you got another issue in mining too. It's become more and more common for theft,
Oh, okay.
and you'll get other people that need a starter. They'll steal yours.
They'll just
You know?
pull up on the dredge.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you go out to your operation and go to start up, and I don't have a starter. Well, it's 2 days trip back.
Yeah.
And things like that, or they'll come and I know lately there's been a few robberies on the beach, and that's back in the old days. Go back to my great grandma again, telling me these little stories. She came here to Nome in 1901,
Wow.
and this was after the Klondike.
So she knew these guys personally.
Yeah.
June and Elsie Engstrom.
Well, I don't know, but she was here when Wyatt Earp was here, and so forth, and they had claims up Amble Creek up here, and some guy back east offered her dad. I can't remember at the time. I think she was like 13 or 14 years old. 50 grand for his claims up there.
Wow.
50 grand in 1901.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's huge. So they took off. Next barge went to San Francisco and spent most of it there.
Wow.
But anyway, she was here for a couple of years, and I asked her to tell me some stories, and one of them she told me was on Front Street. Of course, back then it was all tent city, and they had false fronts, and the rest of it was tents. And, it's burnt down 2 or 3 different times.
In the 30s, it burnt down the first time, I think.
Well, I think it was earlier than that. I think there was one fire way back, like in 08 or 11 or something like that. Anyway, but yeah, she was here doing all the original stuff, and she said she was out on Front Street, and 2 guys come out of a bar, and they were fighting, and they ended up out on the street, and the sidewalks were like literally boardwalks. They had to put wood out there, and the streets were always pretty muddy.
Yeah.
And anyway, they went out, and the streets were kind of full of people crossing and everything, and she was standing right by the door that they came out, and she says they pulled out their guns to shoot each other, and she says they both fired, and she says, and I saw 3 guys fall down. And she says they couldn't figure out what happened. And she says they were so close that one guy's bullet went through the guy he wanted to kill and killed the guy behind him. And she said, so with 2 shots, they got 3 guys.
Wow.
And so, yeah, she's quite the character.
So we've kind of covered your Lockheed career pretty well.
Okay.
What brought you to the Yukon and start golding up?
Okay.
Here?
Well, I left, I left Lockheed Martin after that last layoff, went back to Goldfield, and started up again with them, and worked with them while I was in 96, I think. I came up here and was able to arrange some claims out at Bluff.
Okay.
And Bluff was well known historically, almost as well as Nome Beach. They had taken 90,000 ounces off of the beach in a quarter mile of Bluff, and it was the richest ground ever discovered in Alaska.
Wow.
And so it started a gold rush, and they got up to, I think at one time there was 3,000 people out there. And it just became a city.
Wow.
Nome was the largest city in Alaska for a while there, with the first rush. And then the military had come to Fort Davis to keep the police here in Nome. and people started rushing out to bluff, and they had what they called a shovel length claim. Basically, it was yours on the beach wherever you were digging, and it was that rich. I mean, it was
Wow.
really. Hopefully, we could clear them all.
Yeah, what are you working on now? Just a never-ending task list?
Yeah, I think I'm the only miner up here that's never mined for years and years. I just build. I've got a little landing craft that I picked up, oddly enough, in Salt Lake City. And the guy lived in Salt Lake City. He was had an electrical company, a wholesale company, and he retired in Homer.
Yeah.
And everybody had these nice fishing boats and so forth. So he had a custom boat made for him, and he wanted it so the ATV could fit in the front of it, and he could go motor onto some of these islands or whatever and use his ATV.
Yeah.
So, which, every place I've been landed with the boat except for the beach areas, you usually can't get far into the interior because of the overgrowth.
Yeah.
Maybe if you land in areas where there's tundra and stuff and it's more open, but man, you get into these willows and pines, you can't go anywhere anyway.
Well, the tundra is surprising. Like, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah.
It's different. Like, I was thinking Alaska. I'm coming to Alaska, there's gonna be trees.
You gotta go a ways to find trees here.
Yeah.
They are here. Yeah.
So you spent some time in the Yukon, and that's where you got your name, Yukon Smitty, right?
Well, yeah, I've been on the Yukon River, but not the Yukon territory itself. But
Okay.
I've consulted a lot with people in the Yukon territory. But I've always wanted to come down the Yukon River, just float the whole thing. A friend of mine did that, and I was going to do that with Ian and Scott Foster. And anyway, I ended up with a boat, called it the Green Hornet.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that. Yeah. Go ahead and tell me again so that people can.
Well, Discovery was going to film us going down the river. Well, subsequently they did it with Vernon Atkinson, I guess. But,
in his yacht or the big boat he just had.
Yeah, right. And I guess what is that thing? A houseboat, whatever. And but anyway, prior to that, Scott and I had kind of designed a boat, and we were going to make a good dredge out of it to do a lot of testing and so forth. And that's what we were going to bring down. And so I picked up this rib boat, rigid inflatable boat, and it was, only an 18-footer, but that's big for a rib boat. And it was kind of military style, but it was pretty fancy. And found out later it had been used in a TV commercial for some, I don't know what product, but anyway, Van Williams, the guy who played the Green Hornet back in the 60s with Bruce Lee, he's the one that was involved with that commercial with some other guys. And anyway, the boat just sat down in, I think they did it at Lake Powell, or maybe it's Havasu, but I think with Lake Powell. And it sat in storage for like 10 years or whatever. And anyway, they're really hard to find, good ones, and that are bigger ones. There are a lot of small ones. And this came up for sale, so Van Williams had a ranch up in Haley, Idaho.
Okay.
And they have a private lake.
It's such a beautiful area up there. Sun Valley and everything.
Bruce Willis is his next door neighbor, and then they got Tom Selleck's got a place and stuff there, so it's a pretty fancy area. Anyway, he had this boat for sale, and I told him, I called up his foreman, and I I said, I want this boat. I said, I've been looking for it. I said, I'm driving up, and it took, can't remember what it was, 6-hour drive, something like that. I said, I'm leaving, I'm grabbing the dog and I'm coming up, so don't sell it till I get there, And so anyway, I drove all day and afternoon, and I get up there, and some other people had called on it, but nobody had come by yet. And so I really liked the boat, and I had Van Williams autograph it for me, and so he put my moniker on there to Yukon Smitty, Van Williams, the Green Hornet.
That's awesome.
And so that was fun, but I never got to go down the Yukon River. I've been on parts of it, but never really go down the whole thing.
I heard it's quite the trek.
Yeah, and it's probably pretty boring for most of it, but it's. I always wanted to sample going down.
Just stop and prospect as you go down.
Check different places. There got to be a whole lot of areas that people haven't. I mean, you get in the runoff in the wintertime or springtime. You could hear it vibrating the bottom of your boat. There's so much solids coming out of these, side chutes and rivers and stuff. Man, there's a lot of material moving down there, a lot of solids. So.
Yeah. Did you do any work with the Gold Rush guys?
I did. They wanted me to work with Parker.
Yeah, Parker, he did this thing, Parker's Trail.
Yeah.
I think he went down the Yukon
He did.
canoes or something.
Yeah, they went down part of it, yeah. So. Yeah, well, they were trying to go up the Chilkoot Pass, and they hiked up, and then they went across Lake Bennett, down across. So that, I remember seeing that show. And, my great-great-grandparents, they went up to Chilkoot Pass. In fact, they had that one picture of showing all the
ice
guys.
Yeah.
And my great-grandma said, yeah, that was my mom.
Wow.
But the kids, they all went through Whitehorse to the other way. And the other ways where Soapy Smith's gang would hold them up and rob all their stuff. But
that's amazing.
anyway, so it's just kind of been that moniker hung on, and few people call me that. Then I did do a show with them for Africa. They filmed me for a day, and I showed them a lot of mining equipment and stuff in Utah.
I think Ian spent some time going diamond mining down there.
He did.
Was that with you? Or
No, I've processed diamonds and stuff for people over there before, but he went to DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, and I dealt with a lot of people there, but he had actually gone to a diamond school to learn to appraise rough diamonds, and I don't know if he really got into cutting them, but he was able to get certified on appraising rough stones and stuff. And then he went ahead and went to the Congo and was able to pick some stones up and stuff. In fact, I believe that he has a really nice canary yellow specialty diamond that he gave his fiance for their wedding.
Yeah.
So he's getting married here in a couple of weeks.
Congrats, Ian, on that.
Yeah. And so not many people will, they'll see this yellow diamond, and they think it's the gold diamond or something, or something. But yeah, it's canary yellow. It's beautiful.
Well, I heard that he not only mined the diamond for the ring, but he mined the gold that he made the ring with.
Exactly.
And not many guys can.
It's bluff gold.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
He mined it up there.
That's so cool.
Yeah, not many people can do that. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We've got, I don't know if we'll ever get the bluff back. I'm working on some other areas. I've got some properties next to it that I've been able to pick up, but they're not as unique and not as potentially profitable.
Yeah.
It's a tough game up here.
How many years have you been in Nome now?
96 was my first year, so whatever that is, 24 years.
20, yeah. I started DJing.
30, no, 20.
24. I started in 96.
Really?
My career.
Yeah?
Yeah, and so you were probably on the tail end of your professional career, starting your second up here back then. But that's a long time to be in Nome.
Yeah, it is. Of course, I didn't retire until about 3 years ago. And 68 now, and retired at 65. But until then, I was only able to spend 2, 3, 4 weeks, summer, and you just can't get a lot done. Sounds like a lot of time, but
it goes quick. I've been here for 6 weeks now, and it feels like I just got here.
By the time you break camp out and get all your stuff together so it's usable, and you have a place to sleep and stay and cook and whatever, and then you get your mining equipment out and stuff, you've shot a good part of a week.
Yeah.
Time you get your goods, food, things, and water, and get a camp set up. There's a week. And if you're only here 2 weeks, now you got to take another week, tear it all back down, put it away, and whatever. So unless you can be here for at least 3, 4 weeks, you can't hardly get anything done. And then even when you are here and set up and have the conveniences of a place to go and everything, then getting things done due to the weather and supplies and stuff, if you don't come prepared and have already pre-shipped, what you need to work with, and we talked earlier about how important it is for the $5, $10 item. You get up here, you could have a multi-$1,000 setup ready to go, and you forgot to bring something.
Yeah.
And so now you've either got to make do or makeshift something or try to express something up here. You even order overnight express is a week.
Yeah.
So.
Well, just logistics. We're actually recording this in a house that Ian has been in the process of remodeling.
Yeah.
And just the logistics of getting doors and cabinets and this light hanging here.
Yeah.
And, he had to fly down to Anchorage and pack it all himself, put it on a container, and bring it up here.
Because they won't do that for you.
Yeah.
There are shipping companies that will, but then they charge you 10 times what it's worth. But most of us have had to do that. You got to pick out your stuff, then you got to box it up and put it in containers, and you got to figure that everything up here in Nome used to be $1 a pound. Now it's closer to $2 a pound.
Yeah.
So
the cost of
just by
living up
weight
here,
alone.
just food. Just everything up here is super expensive just because of where it's at, where it's located. I lived on Guam for a little while.
Okay.
Same kind of thing.
Yeah.
A gallon of milk was $10 just because getting a gallon of milk to Guam,
There you go.
Yeah. So,
Guam always has the best surplus sales, government sales on boats. They have the most unique boats, the ones that would work great up here. how are you going to get them from
Yeah,
Guam?
what are you gonna get? Right? You gotta hire someone to sail it over.
You're gonna motor up here or whatever.
Well, I've heard of the construction companies up here will like wholesale their trucks because it costs more to ship
Oh,
back
yeah.
down just because it's
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, or they'll just, I mean, even companies here that are doing projects, it costs them more to ship their equipment back than it's worth. So they just abandon it. Or they'll do fire sales once in a while, but I've seen a lot of people just abandon it. And, you know, for the locals, that's great, you know, because they'll pick up sometimes heavy equipment, you know, backhoes, loaders, you know, forklifts, things like that. Those usually are sold, but they're sold for a song, you know. And
a lot less than it would cost to buy new and ship up here.
yeah. I mean, you know, you're looking at, you know, like I said, it's even ocean freight, and that's just to get to Seattle or to Anchorage, you know, you're looking at $1.30, something like that, a pound. You got a 50,000 pound, you know,
That adds up.
you know, do I really want to pay another 50 grand to keep this or whatever?
Yeah.
But so that's why a lot of this big equipment has ended up here, and then the same thing with a lot of companies, mining companies that have started up. You know, they bring in a lot of. In fact, I know of a guy. Why I don't know why he's doing it. You'd think he would spend some time here and talk to some people and pay attention to people that paid some dues, but he's having a big barge shipped up here, just like, you know, Sean's big barge, you know, or maybe not as big as that one, but the one that Christine Rose is on.
Mm-hmm.
He just bought a big excavator from one of the other guys here.
Trying to create a setup like that.
And he's going to do another Christine Rose. And I go, dude, they've already outworked most of the areas they can reach, you know. And he said, well, I got a longer stick. And I said, a longer stick on an excavator means you can get out another, you know, maybe
10 feet.
Yeah. And I said, and then there's problems with that because now you don't have the leverage, the breakout force, you don't have a lot of other things to do with a short stick.
Yeah.
And, you know, and
So
if he thinks the cost of, he's already whining, he sold a trucking company in California because they passed these, you know,
Emissions laws,
emission tier laws. It has to be I can't remember, tier 5 now or something in California, which means all these perfectly good engines and trucks and everything else are all getting surplus and sold to other states. And, you know, yeah, I guess eventually it helps people in California have better air, which is great, but at the same time, look at the cost. And anyway, he said he can't afford to buy new engines and trucks, and so he sold his trucking company, but he's just going to totally throw it away here.
yeah.
There's other ones you could buy already built,
Yeah.
you know, and the cost of a barge and an excavator is only, I'm not going to say a small part, it's significant, but it's only part
Yeah.
of the thing. If he's already whining about that, then the time
Getting it up here and the cost of fuel up here and then
oh man, it just, I mean, and the logistics. How are you going to get the excavator onto the barge? How are you going to get the barge, you know, does it have a landing ramp that you know, you can get it up on? You're going to have it craned up. What are you going to do? How are you going to mount it? Do you have welders? Do you have fitters? Do you have, you know,
yeah.
Who's going to do your equipment balance on it? Who's going to do your float test? You know, how are you going to, you know, you haven't designed anything. Where's your holding areas for your fuel? You know,
There's so much thought process that hasn't gone into
yeah,
it.
and he doesn't even have a wash plant or recovery system, let alone a cleanup system. And you know, people look at a small dredge or something like that, and they go, "Oh, that's simple. I can do that. I can build that out of scrap."
I look at what Ian's dredge is, and I'm like, I couldn't have done that in my. evidently just the process of getting to where he has now is the due diligence and the time served to get to what he has. If I were to come up and try and piece together a barge without knowing anything, a sluice box or anything as I sit now, I wouldn't be able to do it. So Ian has my utmost respect for what he lived on the beach for a while, and then he just kind of scrapped together. So I heard you actually met him just by, you showed up at his tent.
Yeah. I had met Scott before, and Scott is one I went to see, and he had come up with Scott, and that's where I met him there on the beach in the tent.
Huh.
And, several people originally, that's what they would do. It's, the most portable thing you can ship is a tent, and so you live on the beach, and now they've outlawed all that and made it pretty difficult, but and then there used to be hooches on the beach. These guys build, we called them pallet palaces. They take these pallets and screw them together, nail them together, and make little shelters and put blue tarps over them. And, they were scared. They were all up and down the beach here. But that's all been cleaned up pretty much.
Has the show caused a problem with that? Do you think a lot of people have come up thinking they're going to get
Yes, it really has. You've got a lot of newbies that, like this guy, he's going to spend some serious money and he's going to lose it. It's a foregone conclusion that they saw self-fulfilling prophecy, really.
Yeah.
Because, number one, he hasn't done his homework. Number two, he has no background with that homework. He has no experience. Entering into a brand new industry, there's a heck of a learning curve.
Yeah.
I don't know how good he is at construction and design and so forth, but you just don't throw an excavator on a barge. There's no superstructure for it.
Yeah.
You've got to make sure that's all in place and intact and balanced, and or your barge is going to be listing one of the ways or the other.
Well, and also like the sluice box itself, if you're listing to one side, it's not going to catch gold correctly.
That's right.
So
it's going to flush out the gold you did collect already, and that's one of this oscillation and stuff and the pitching. It's all factors on capturing gold, and going back to the jigs that I spoke about earlier. Not a lot of people understand those, and yet the old industry, the oldest jigs that I know of were made right around in the early teens in the 1900s. I found one once that was made out of wood with leather bellows
Really?
in it.
And the leather's probably rotted by now.
Yeah, and it was really unique. But the same principle was there. And then they built them originally. The jigs were built for mill type ore, where you're crushing it in ball mills, rod mills, whatever, and getting it really fine. And then they would take and run it through these pulsing beds, and then they would recirculate it too, and purge and enter in new material. And so it would get several cycles, through, and they could get down to in a controlled environment where it's, everything's stable and so forth. You could fine tune them, and they were getting very high recovery rates. Gold was down into the 325 mesh range. They could still pull it at 90-95% recovery, or even better in some cases. Well, that's gold that you can't hardly see in a pan, And if you got several flicks, together, you might be able to see them, but. I've got some little vials of some gold. It doesn't even look like gold at that size. It's more like just dirt,
Wow.
It's lost all its. It has no surface area to refract any kind of light and so forth, and so it just looks like tan dirt. But when you get out here in a sluice box, you've got one pass, and you've got this thing oscillating and pitching and surging. You're sucking material, and then you're sucking just water. Then your pump stops, and you got nothing. And then you start up, and you're flushing everything out, and all you got is riffles. And they're forgiving to a point, but most of the gold these guys dredge ends up, I think, back right, especially throughout the day. You know, I mean, initially you're going to get a fairly high recovery because they're fresh riffles, you know, and but as the day goes on, the density of the material, you know, increases. It becomes less and less able to, you know, become turbulent. The beds become more packed, and you know, more gold ends up skipping off. And then you got all these mishaps, and you know, I've seen guys work all day long at trying to keep a good recovery going, and especially when you get into fine gold like out here in Nome. This is glacial till. It was deposited from the glaciers, and it's mainly on the surface. Only place I know of in the world like that isn't deep channeled, or, you know, and as a consequence, it's abraded, and it's
very fine.
Very fine. And I remember working down on the Amazon River. We would go with the dredges down there, and you would mine the same material usually 4 or 5 times before you would ever see a depreciation in the amount of gold you recover.
Wow.
So
wow. Why is that? Just because of the material it's packed in, clay? Or?
Because it's so fine, and their recovery systems are superior to what we've got.
Yeah.
You gotta see, I mean, the whole bays of sluice boxes where we're running something, you know, 3-4 foot wide, and they're running the same volume in something that's, you know, 6 meters wide. And, you know, they're using, you know, carpet and wood riffles and stuff like that too. But when it comes to stability and, you know, surface area and spreading it out and sizing it, the finer the gold, the more you have to classify. And if you've got 2 particles of the same size, like the volleyball and the bowling ball deal, it's real easy to wash one away from the other.
Yeah.
But if you now have let's say a bowling ball and a golf ball, you know, now it's not so easy. I guess the golf balls float. Forgot about that.
Yeah. But
say
size what? Yeah.
Say what's a hard pool.
Yeah.
Pool cue ball. Yeah. And you know, and even though if they were the same size, it'd probably be the same weight, but now they're different sizes, and so the hydraulics that will finally move the little one, even though it's the same weight density, won't move the big one. You know, and
so a lot of different factors to take. Yeah.
All kinds of things to factor in, and so you basically mine what you get, you know, or get what you get what you get.
Yeah.
You don't get what you mine. But yeah, we could go through down there, and you could go through, mine it, and clean up, go back through the same area, 4 or 5 times before you'd see it drop off. And it's fine gold in most of the Amazon, but
was this
not as fine as here.
Was this a trip you went on with Goldfield?
Yeah,
They sent you down
I've
there?
been on a few trips down there in Brazil, on the Andes, and different places consulting and shooting for people and so forth, and trying to come up with better solutions. And I mean, you think about it, if you don't have to go through the expense of 5 times, you got your labor, your fuel, your overhead, everything.
If you could capture it all in one pass.
Get it one pass,
Yeah.
you just saved yourself. I mean, I look at, what Parker and those guys do, jokers on the Gold Rush, and there's no way you would make a profit if it hadn't been subsidized by, Volvo, putting up equipment for sponsorship and all these other freebies that they're getting, and their kickback from the show and stuff like that. I mean, the cost to move the material.
Just the gas cost alone.
I mean, fuel cost is huge, labor's huge, the window's short, the equipment cost, not only the purchase, but again, the logistics, like we're talking Nome, it's still hard to get equipment up. Even with trucking routes, it's expensive. And I mean, they're working very, very thin margins, and my guess is most people would have gone broke, and so would they if they hadn't been for these other subsidies.
So,
I don't know of any operation that can come and show $3 million worth of gold in jars at the end of a show or a season that hasn't had to already spend that much to get it. To get to that point. You can still have that in reserves. Something's going on there.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, there's money that can be made. Things are thinning out here. There's just dozens and dozens of big dredges that are perfectly good, and the guys didn't come back.
Yeah.
We had $2,000 gold this summer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's darn near twice what it was a year or two ago. And so.
Do you think it's the lack of gold, or do you think it's the lack of knowledge of people knowing how to get it correctly?
Well, it's always a combination, but I think the show did a disservice to most of these people. They came up thinking that, first of all, they were going to be able to, the gold was going to be easy to get, easy to recover, and there was a bunch of it. And then they get up here and they find out the good spots are already picked over or tied up, and they're paying a premium to mine up here. It used to be, 20% for anything out front. 20% of your gross?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like what, 200% of your net?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if a business can end up at the end of the year with a 10% profit, that's pretty good in most cases, And these guys want to take 20% of it? And for putting up the land, well, let me tell you, your costs are gonna, you're gonna be like any other business. Maybe if you're lucky, you might squeeze out a 20% profit margin after all your expenses.
And then
now you got to give it to them.
Yeah.
What have you gained?
You should pretty much came up for the experience.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I advise anybody that wants to come up here and just observe, work on a rig, talk to people, spend a year or two before you invest a dime.
Yeah.
There's guys that have made good money up here, but they've done their homework, they're experienced, they've paid the dues. And they're not going to give the tricks away for free, And there's a lot of good people up here, and they're willing to help where they can. But there's also a lot of bad information up here, and there's a lot of bad ideas that are being copied and repeated. I've been in the business, what's that, 4 generations, and spent all my life in it, and not always full-time for everybody in my ancestry, but we've paid some dues and learned some things, and I've learned a lot more what not to do
Yeah.
than what to do, probably.
It's a school of hard knocks.
And I don't have all the answers by any means, but there's some things that I still have played around for years in my mind that I want to try. That's what I'm working on right now, and that's why I'm not out dredging, is that I want to be able to take advantage of some of these other technologies and be able to try to, maybe I won't get, the 5 times the gold in one pass deal. Maybe I'll only get 1.5 or 2.
That's a huge return compared to what they're losing.
When I've got the same overhead costs,
Yeah.
I remember one of my marketing professors said, the cost of a dozen eggs is 11 eggs.
Huh.
He says, if you get 1 extra egg, you just saved 11 more eggs
Wow.
of cost.
Yeah.
So, all it takes a little more,
A little tweak here and there.
one more egg, and you've saved the cost of 11. So, that's always stuck with me.
That makes sense.
And I just see a lot of this idle equipment, and maybe guys, part of it was this COVID-19 thing where they couldn't get up here early enough, or they had other issues. Investors are waning, as far as putting money up and so forth. Things are tight. Their businesses, because of the COVID thing, are running pretty lean, and who knows? I mean, there are probably going to be a lot of people unemployed that are going to be hitting like they did during the war. There was a big rush up here,
Yeah.
and a lot of the old bottles, camps, and stuff that you find, they were all World War II vintage.
Yeah.
And
Well, I've heard there's Zeke's mom was telling me about a bar out by Salmon Lake. That it's an old miners bar that you can go to. That there's still bottles on the shelves, and it's like they would go out there with their kids, and it was set up in the middle of nowhere, kind of, and it still kind of looks like it's a saloon from the 1800s.
really,
Yeah.
there were 3 saloons in Bluff. They had a picture of them.
Back when that 3,000 people were there.
Church, mercantile, post office. Post office is still there. The building part of it is still there. Mercantile collapsed a few years back. The bars collapsed. There's a graveyard out there. There's a few old historic, there's school building that was out there. See, they got the military to come in and kick everybody off because it was all, the property was tied up, and this arm's length thing with them, not arm's length, but a shovel length claim, and they were digging down as deep as they could and stuff. But and then things sprung up. They even had in the winter time, they were trying to get deeper, and they would start getting water, and there's permafrost out there too, but in some of the areas they would get dogs in squirrel cages to run fans to cool it and freeze it. Yeah. That's just
ingenuity right there.
Genius, And so, in fact, out on Middle Beach here, that's where that thing had thousands, not hundreds, thousands of dogs at one time, just all decaying out there. It stunk so bad.
Wow.
People would bring their animals up here, and then they couldn't feed them in the wintertime, and then in the summer they'd all thaw out, and that was the graveyard area.
Wow.
You used to do that with people too. They'd keep them froze all winter long.
Well, I've heard that they can't bury them because of the permafrost.
Yeah, you can't dig a hole.
Yeah.
And, so you can. It used to be. I mean, they always talk about how there's no trees and stuff around here. There used to be some trees, but they burn all the timber for fires to thaw ground out.
Okay.
So
So they were just cannibalizing the wood to be able to.
Yeah, for their any places that they could get it for timber, again, just like for us, ship stuff in was expensive.
Yeah.
So they would go. I mean, the only forest left are over by on a blank here, but northeast by Council. That's what I'm trying to think of.
Yeah.
White Mountain, they've got a lot of trees down in there. But yeah, there used to be a lot more trees than there are. I mean, there were never too many, but I have seen in areas around here though where 20 years ago there was nothing. But tundra and scrub brush and now all of a sudden I see these little trees that are 4 and 5 feet high, and there's hundreds of them coming up, and I'm going, definitely some warming going on. Something's changing. There's no question about it. And they have monitor stations, different places that are monitoring the permafrost and temperatures.
Taylor, the younger kid that was working with us for a while.
Okay.
Ian's helper or whatever. He was telling me that because of the warming that they're allowing, it's allowing trees to grow up here. So I'm wondering if it's kind of going to migrate further north. It'll be interesting to see.
I know on the way to Bluff there used to be nothing, and now in the back, and now there are areas with definitely serious trees growing in several, bunches, and it's bringing a different type of wildlife. I know the trails that people used, like on the ATVs, there's a few approved trails, okay? And then there's several that aren't approved that people are making, but I've noticed that it changed from the normal typical Sussex and Tussex tundra to wetter, more thought out areas and higher grass.
Mm.
And the birds, the ptarmigan and all the other little songbirds and everything else, that's where they nest, is in the grass. And so when you're going along in a four-wheeler or whatever, they're the first things flying out and trying to keep you away. The unfortunate thing is that's where the nests. And so I'm thinking a lot of birds' nests are getting, or chicks probably getting killed or disturbed that might not. And we're getting a lot more birds of prey in, a lot more falcons, a lot more eagles showing up. And
I was talking to Ian that he said last summer or a few summers ago there were a couple of eagles that came in on a boat.
Oh yeah.
And they were kind of hanging out around town because they didn't know where to go.
Oh really?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I guess could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that out at Bluff again, that is one of the oldest recorded bird rookeries in Alaska. And they monitored that for years and years. Every year they do a bird count of the different species, and it's really interesting because in the early spring they all nest in colonies, and you'll get thousands of this bird and thousands of this, and they'll be almost straight lines down to the water between them, and very they just don't integrate. They just stay to themselves, and if you dive down in the water right at the base of the cliffs, there's literally mountains of or hills, I should say, several feet deep of just calcium from the eggshells.
Okay.
Because all of the
eggs,
dead eggshells get kicked off, and a lot of the live ones. And the thing that's been disturbing to me out there, they talk about being environmentalists, and they'll fly their planes real close to the bluffs
Just to get
to get the pictures and the views. And then I watch hundreds of birds get fledged, and they're not ready to fly off yet, and they go down in the water, and the nests get knocked off, and because the birds just all go airborne when they get disturbed like that. And I don't know. But anyway, they're supposed to stay quite a ways away, but
they don't.
I've noticed, even the commercial airlines, Bering Air, and those guys, I've watched them get real close and disturb the whole. And it's deafening, not only the sound, but the smell of the birds when they're, doing their thing. I mean, there's hundreds, thousands of them out there.
Huh. So what?
They're all seabirds mostly, but now I'm getting birds of prey out there all the time. Seabirds about.
It's because they're an easy target, an easy meal.
Yeah, I mean, you see them up and down the coast where they're basically opened up, and all their guts are gone, and the breast meat still laying there. Now the foxes and stuff like that will come and pick them up, and bears, but they're always roaming the beaches looking for that. They have a normal routine that they follow, and anyway, I remember the bird counters challenged me once. Are you killing these birds?
Why would I kill birds?
What do you know about birding? Look at how it's laying, and it, no guts in it, and that's what the birds of prey. I saw one time, I saw a crow or a raven had a great big, what is that? Big duck. The big orangish blue egg. Anyway, it had it in its mouth, and it was so big it could hardly fly. And it was trying to fly with this big egg, and there was a falcon. Boom! And you see these black feathers go everywhere, and that raven would drop about another 20 feet and just try to get airborne again, and that falcon would be just going back up. Boom! I watched it hit it about 3 times that I saw it, and it went into the willows with that egg just about ground level. I don't think the falcon ever got it. Oh man, that raven paid for that.
Yeah, I hope it was a good meal.
Yeah, I can't imagine that it could have survived the 3 hits like that. But anyway, it's pretty interesting. And I see, I've seen a lot of whales go by out there. There used to be a lot of walrus out there.
Really?
I never see a walrus anymore.
Really?
I never see the puffins. There were hundreds and hundreds of puffins out
I think
there.
they're just further north, trying to get out of the.
Don't know what's happening. I know that the ocean's changing. This year was the worst year for salmon. Pinks were hot, but they're usually, high numbers. But, they were in the millions this year in every drainage. But the silvers, nothing. And the reds dropped way off. The chums,
I just heard on the
seem to be
radio.
coming back.
I heard on the radio this morning that there's no subsistence fishing for chums because of the low numbers.
Yeah.
And I don't think that people in the lower 48 realize how important subsistence fishing is for the natives up here. And that actually is very detrimental to their whole economy.
Well, it is and it isn't. There are natives and there are natives. There are natives that live on subsistence, and more power to them. a good share of the natives that are here can no more live on subsistence than fly themselves.
Oh,
Yeah, they cry a lot about subsistence, but if they were all on subsistence living, there isn't enough infrastructure to support them.
yeah.
And I know that the bigger lingcod are moving in because of warmer waters, and the crabs are disappearing.
Yeah.
And,
Taylor went out crabbing last summer
oh yeah,
with someone who had a crabbing operation around here, and said that they went out and didn't get anything. Like, it was just a horrible season.
folks didn't even put in this year.
Yeah.
And I always like going out and getting a few crab. We're getting a lot of females, but somebody was telling me the other day that they saw a video of a lingcod tearing apart a king crab.
Wow.
Ripping its legs off and just, really going at it.
Wow.
And they got a huge mouth on them, but I would have thought that, I've tried to break open, a few crab legs over the years, and they're pretty tough,
The trick's use a fork and stick it
Yeah, there you go, yeah. The fork deal and peel the meat out, but to crunch on one, I don't think so.
So,
Yeah, that's a little bit. So yeah, I don't know what's happening because that fishery, I know it got hit real hard with the guys that were fishing down below. They came up here and hit it pretty hard, and they said that kind of killed off the fishery again. About 30 years ago, there was a processor that came up here, and they devastated the fishery, the crab fishery. And I can't remember how many millions of pounds of process took here, but it took 10, 15 years for the crab industry to come back, and now it's dropped off again, but I didn't see one crab boat this year. And they don't do the commercial, well, they do have some windows for commercial silvers. Nobody seems to want the pinks. And the pinks are pretty good. I don't mind them. It's a little softer meat. And, people get tired of them real fast here. And, but boy, you'd think with millions that are running up and down,
they enjoy it a little more.
well, yeah, even the silver's down, the market for them's less than $1 a pound. So,
Wow.
the guys that are fishing for those are saying down south, they said it doesn't cover our permit costs and our fuel costs. So I remember 25 years ago up here, it was $1 a pound and they were squawking. I can't imagine what it is today. If it's $1 a pound, it's 96 cents or something a pound. I'm going, gosh.
How do you get by on that? Yeah.
You don't. And, we go back to the gold, the price is up, but the availability is way down. And this guy coming up with this, barge, and I guess it's being shipped as we speak, and he bought a big excavator up here, but let's hope the DNR years ago called me and asked me what I thought of that process because they were going through the initial approvals of it and stuff before the Christine Rose did it. And my big concern was, in order to keep with the shallow deposits, you'd be undermining your legs all the time, and you have to keep moving, if you're going to get any volume. But, Sean doesn't move all that much volume, and, he's did pretty well in some of these areas because he was able to go a little deeper and get some good gold. But
I've heard that they can, because of the bucket, they can get deeper than anyone with a suction dredge can.
Yeah.
Just because they can move the material out of the way, where even with the 12 or the 10, you can't get that material through.
It's two things. One, I mean, the gold pays to 15 feet deep, but it pays less and less the deeper you go. And so it's just like the old timers, the easy gold and the most profitable gold is in the first foot.
Yeah.
And that's what your suction dredges do.
Yeah.
And you very rarely find a suction dredger that'll go deeper than that. And they do the same thing with sand. They all like to find the cobble areas because that is a natural trap for gold. I remember one place down in, I think it was Chile. There was uncovered a section of ground about a mile long, and it was a couple meters wide, and it was all laid in stone, and it would have looked like a roadway.
Wow.
Okay. It was riffles. It was a natural sluice box, not natural. They had made it out of rock, and then they
Like
would.
prehistoric times, like
I don't know how many thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago, but it was all overgrown, and it wasn't a roadway, and they had channeled water into it, and they would just shovel their material into it, and the water would wash the lights away, and then the stones would be a natural riffle.
wow.
And trap their gold, and then they pull the stones and pan all the sand and gold around the stones. And yeah, it was all overgrown and stuff. Used to have a picture of it. I have no idea what it was. Interesting, but nature has its own natural riffles. Of course, then you can go back to what I was saying about those Chinese riffles they chiseled in the rock. And I thought that was brilliant, but I just wish I wasn't so slow at catching on.
Yeah, figure that one on the next week. That would have been amazing.
So, you've got, they have the ability to not only go deeper into it, but they can also clear the sand off that isn't carrying, whereas people with suction dredges, it already has to be cleared or they can't justify the time to suck it through. And
Yeah.
I think Derek McCarty, was his intention with his 12-inch to be able to take the marginal sand and really, hog it through and to be able to pick up more marginal areas. He has quite an elaborate sluice system, and but he still comes down to economics.
Well, some of the ingenuity that I've seen around here is mind-boggling. Just some of the rigs, there's one that's kind of fenced off. I was walking, I took a picture of it the other day.
Submarine?
It looked like it's got like crawlers in it, like you can drive out in it, and then it looks like it can like, it's incredible. Like,
that's Gary's rig.
Okay.
Yeah, Gary came up here about the same time I did, and he and his boy, Aaron, Gustafson's their last name, and anyway, they had run a 6-inch dredge, and he had made some money in Arizona in construction. And so they wanted, the first thing they came up with was a big, I guess, for lack of a better description, it was a catamaran, and he had tried to make it a twin hole shallow water system where in the ocean, if you get like 5 feet under the water, you no longer get the wave action. It's diminished, and the deeper you go, the less effect it has. So if you can actually be floating on something 5 feet below the water, all the other water is just splashing water.
Have you seen those hydrofoil sailboats?
Yeah.
I have a friend that works.
Okay.
He does carbon fiber work, and the Oracle for the World's Cup. They run on hydrofoils, and so they'll have drag, and then once the sail really picks up and they get speed, it lifts them up out of the water. It's probably the same principle.
Well, that's a hydrofoil, but it's I remember. In fact, I lived on the Isle of Wight for a while. We'd take a hydrofoil back to the mainland and stuff in the English Channel, and man, those things were amazing.
I can imagine.
Just fast and smooth, and unless it was rough water, then we had to be like a normal boat. But
so he would get 5 feet under, and then with his
pontoons, and then it had this big bridge, and then he had a crawler that would go down and suck off the bottom, and he could move around like Craig Coggins has his. And he was the first one with a crawler like that, and he never did get it going. He got a 12-inch dredge hooked to it, and they were actually diving with it. But anyway, he basically got out there, and I can't remember, he was so high because the water was so shallow. The old entrance to the port was only 3 feet deep.
Oh, wow.
And so he had to build pontoons to the sides to keep higher so he wouldn't get hung up. And he still had to time his tides right and everything. And the tides aren't, they don't fluctuate a foot and a half here.
Yeah, that actually surprises me, the lack of tidal.
Yeah, you go down to Anchorage, you're talking 12, 15 feet, But for some reason up here it doesn't, and I don't understand that. But anyway, that's what it is. So he'd get hung up and get crosswise in there, and then he couldn't get the depth, and then it kept him up like a teeter-totter, and so he'd be up in the wheelhouse, and it'd about throw him out of the door.
Wow.
And so they abandoned that, and it's actually been revamped by another outfit that's out there now. And they added more flotation and more weight and different things. But nothing seems to ever really go to waste here. It gets recycled and revamped.
It boggles my mind that the dredge is still standing.
Yeah.
I think people, scrappers, are probably over the years get this and that.
So his next go around was the submarine, and that was the idea, was that those big tanks to the side, they used to be plastic, and they were the suspension, the float, so he could crawl out when the harbor was iced up and so forth, and still, because there's almost a couple of months operation out there if you can get out of the harbor still before the ocean freezes up. And that he could crawl along the bottom, and you notice in the center it has this big snorkel.
Yeah.
So he can go in about 60 foot of water, and he's breathing fresh air.
Wow.
So he pumps, the diesel engine is in the back part of it, and it's all enclosed, and it's getting the fresh air from the surface, and it's exhausting up the same hole at different heights, and so it warms the breathing air, the ambient air for the control room.
Yeah.
And the front of that thing is a big glass dome that looks like a helicopter, front, and you sit there in a big captain's chair.
That sounds like a Jules Verne kind of,
It is.
1,000 Leagues Under the
They
Sea.
need to make a movie out of that. And then he has big hydraulic motors with props, so he can boat, he can go subsurface, and then he can crawl on the bottom.
That's so amazing.
And so he got it out there, and one of the things, even though they did deepen the channel, the sag on his cleats on the tracks was still getting hung up because when he's floating, he's down there. I can't remember how many feet. When he's floating, he's still got like 6 or 8 feet to ground level, and then when you add the sag of the track, added another couple of feet. So if it's anything less than 7 or 9 feet or something, I can't remember what it was, he would get hung up, and then that's floating on the surface. And then it is spinning around.
Wow.
He had a heck of a time, and then he was always worried that, you know, if he has emergency stuff so that if things go south, there's a purge tank and he can actually pop it and go up.
But coming from 60 feet down is kind of sketchy.
Not really, because he's at ambient temperature and
So it's
air.
pressurized. Okay.
So that's the trick there.
There you go.
So it's just as if he was breathing surface air. He's not compressed air in his system.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Guy, brilliant. He's thought a lot of stuff through. And anyway, he put that one, fenced it up, and he got hung up a few times and got out there. And his big window, one of the biggest problems was the clarity. He has 2 12-inch tubes out in front of him that were doing the sucking, and he would disturb material mechanically. He'd have some arms on them, and then there's some rock colors. Get rocks out of the way, and anyway, he can articulate the track, spin it, knock rocks out, and so forth too. But he was disturbing so much material, and there was so much algae, it was clouding. Yeah, it was clouding him out. So he was actually able to do more with cameras, being, you know, close to the intake heads, but the window between, he spent a lot of time at things like, I don't know, an inch and a half thick or something. A lot of money putting that together.
And then the cameras do a better job.
Yeah, in the end, yeah.
Is that how you would, like, if you were going to go back and attack your claim on the bluff, would you do a crawler to get that low, or?
No. The last attempt was back in 14. 6 years ago. They did a dam, a coffer dam, where they actually dammed an area that was 300 foot across and 200 foot out. And they excavated all that material. And they used the first 20 feet to build the dam with. And then they would freeze it down. And they had...
So they would let it sit over winter to freeze? Or?
No, they're doing that same winter, and they would take the ice and they would pack it, sink it, and pack on it. So they had a pretty good ice dam going for them in dead of winter, but the winters have not, the climate change, they're just not where we used to get 5-6 feet of ice 20 years ago. Now we're talking 1-2 feet.
Really?
And
so the ice diving is pretty dangerous now.
Yeah, and even getting out on there, I mean, I don't trust these guys will go out on 4 or 6 inches of ice. I don't care if it's 2 feet thick, that's too thin for me.
Yeah.
I've fallen through before. And so, yeah, it's too hard to get out of once you go down. And so, no,
So when you fell through, how thick was the ice?
about 3 inches.
Oh, okay. So it's not like you were trying to climb out of a 3-foot hole.
No,
Yeah.
I went down to my waist, and that was enough. I see these guys that, you know, will go out there and they got snow machines and trucks and everything else, and then they get a fracture and a crack.
And they're drifting off to Russia.
Yeah. They had one guy down at Bluff when they were doing the, you know, gen pole thing, and he got on an iceberg and it was pulling him out, and it was only this guy wire that was holding it back, and they almost lost him.
Wow.
They didn't
Well,
have any.
it's not like a boat. They'd have a boat they're ready to go get him.
And they don't have, and they, back then in the 30s, my goodness, they didn't even have outboard motors. Well, maybe they did. But yeah, it's pretty crazy to think of. But a lot of things have been tried up here. Gary's last approach was, he's had millions invested in this stuff, most of it his own money, and so he's back in construction again,
trying to save up another go around.
Yeah, he's not out yet, but he bought a ship and a vessel, and I can't remember how long it was, 130 feet or something like that. And he brought it up here, and he put a clamshell on it, and he had a rig on there where he could get on and scoop it up.
So he would drop the clamshell, get it low, bring it up, and sluice it. And he could go a lot deeper with that than he can with a.
Yeah, literally you can go any depth. I don't know if you've seen Andrew Lee's clamshell dredge down on the beach down there.
No.
About 7 miles out of town west. You can't miss it. Huge.
Run past the high school, keep going out?
No, not high school. You go on the beach.
Okay.
Right by the harbor.
Okay.
Just straight down the beach, 7 miles, and you run into it. And its cross section's like 20 feet high. It makes the one that Sean has out on the harbor there.
The mega dredge or whatever. Yeah.
It looks like peanuts.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I gotta go see that.
This thing's 205 feet long. I think Sean's is 140.
Wow.
It's 205.
Wow.
90 feet wide, and I think Sean's is 45 feet wide.
Wow.
So it's like, and the thing is huge. And he's got a 20-foot clamshell on it. That sucker can pick up full pickup trucks in one scoop.
Wow.
And
that would take a 10-inch hose 2 days for one pickup, for one scoop.
Oh, for one scoop, yeah.
That's crazy.
You'd be lucky to do 20 yards in a day with a 10-incher. Yeah, that's a lot of material. And anyway, his biggest issue is investors.
Really?
He's got it up here, it's all together, he has no cash flow. And his investors are, hanging on because they put in what they could, and the economy went to pot. And so they can't invest anymore, and everyone else that has money doesn't want to risk it. And yet, talk about, frustration, the ones that are willing to loan him the money are tighter than banks.
Yeah.
They want all kinds of guarantees and everything else. Well, the only piece of equity he really has is the dredge now.
Yeah.
And so he's caught between a rock and a hard spot, and he basically needs, now that he's got it back up on the beach, one winter he had to freeze it in the harbor, and that scared the harbor people, although it worked fine.
They were afraid that it would
implode it and, be sunk there and all this stuff, and so they freaked out about that, but it was fine. And he thought about anchoring it offshore, but then he worried that in the winter, if there is a storm and the ice flow breaks off, there goes his dredge too. And then,
on the show, I watch it with my dad because he loves it because of Ian.
Sure.
He knows Ian since he was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he watches it, and I watch it with him. It's kind of our weekly thing. And I think last season, this new blue dredge that's competing with Palm Rinkies.
Oh, the Merle Irene.
Yeah. Didn't they almost lose that in a storm?
Yep.
I mean, like it's kind of a high risk thing up here. It's like you can have a big dredge like that and almost lose everything you've done for the last 10 years in one mistake.
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about redundancy earlier about having backup supplies and so forth, and that was one of the things I always talk my clients or tried to talk them into it. Don't go big, go multiple.
Yeah.
If one goes down for some reason or whatever, you got a backup, and you're not totally down. You can shift crews, you can shift equipment, you can do a number of options while you get one going back up again. But if you got one deal, now you're down 100%, until you're back up. What are you going to do with all your staff, and you're still paying 100% of the
loans,
equipment costs,
everything, yeah.
loans, everything. And so, you go down big, you go down the hard way. And they did. They went down, they ended up getting into Teller. And they had to get towed back. Huge expense. And there were potential fines.
I heard they couldn't even get in the harbor because it was such a bad storm that they actually had to kind of just tow it around to keep it in line with the.
Don't know all the details. Yeah. I do know that this year, Sean Palmerinkey's the one that's operating that, retrofitting.
Oh, okay.
So he's gone from the mega dredge onto the Myrtle Irene, and King Kerr, who was running the Myrtle Irene, is doing the beach crawlers.
Oh, okay.
Walkers or whatever. But he's running those. In fact, one of the excavators on one of the beach crawlers is an excavator that King Kerr sold to this guy that's having the barn shipped up. I go, why wouldn't he invest the money in the clamshell operation, which is
90% done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we just put them over the edge, and they'd all be making good money. And instead, he's going to dump $1 million plus into something that ain't going to work.
Yeah.
The Myrtle Irene, you're not going to find a bigger excavator, and you're not going to find one that's going to go any deeper.
Yeah.
And, especially if he's getting it off of a beach crawler, because they weren't that big. They were bigger, but they're like a 400 class. The Myrtle Irene's like a 700-800 class.
Yeah.
And it's huge. And anyway, and it was built on there and designed with the system. They came out of Sacramento. They're digging the channel or something with it, but it wasn't.
So it wasn't built specifically for gold. It was built for something else, and they retrofitted it. So the expense was already absorbed in the other project, and so they were able to get it for it.
We went to one of the competitors, MSI, competitor to Goldfield, and they're in Colorado, and Freddie Dodge.
Oh, the guy from
the expert. Yeah. Anyway, he's the one that started that up and competing, him and his stepbrother or whatever. And at first they were underselling us quite a bit to get their equipment sold, and then they got onto the TV show, and that equipment that they had, what do you call
Big
it?
Red, the big sluice box that he built.
Yeah, they had, what do you call it when you build houses and you hope to sell them? Anyway, they pre-built this equipment, hoping to sell it, and it wasn't selling. So then the opportunity came up to get it on the show.
Oh, okay.
So that's where a lot of their, quote, sales and business came from. But anyway, after it was on the show, they did.
Speculation, I think is what
Yeah,
the word.
Speculators,
Yeah.
They would kind of gone out on the limb and built some of this equipment. And anyway, it was available to sell or to use. So, even Parker went to his own design and stuff as soon as he could,
Yeah.
get away from it. In fact, Parker's granddad, when he started out.
Did you work with him?
Yeah, he bought one of our. It wasn't him. It was his neighbor across the street. Remember where? Oh, I got to think back. Who's the guy? Just call him the goat.
The Hoffman.
Todd Hoffman.
Yeah.
Okay. Todd Hoffman calls me up at Goldfield, and he says, "We want you to donate, wash plant, generator, excavators, all."
Why would I donate? Yeah.
Well, what are you talking about? And he says, "I've got this thing on Discovery for 5 shows and blah, blah, blah." I said, "You know how many guys call me and tell me that?"
Yeah.
Oh, I said, "I don't know you from Adam. Do you have a written contract?" And yeah, I've got one signed and all this and everything. I said, "There's no way I can give a wash plant away." I said, "That's my advertising budget for the next 10 years,
Yeah.
And he said, "I can't do it." And he says, "Oh, you're really going to miss out." And I said, "That's really not my target market. What you're doing is not, her equipment's used there, but our market is really African, and they're not going to be watching Discovery, And so anyway, he gets all puffy with me. "Oh, you're going to be sorry, blah, 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 blah," and I said, "Dude," I said, "realistically, there's no way I could do it."
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's when he hooks up with Freddie Dodge, because Freddie's already got
Got the
the
machine
equipment
built. Yeah.
that he can't sell.
Yeah.
So they make it look like Todd bought it, but I don't think Todd bought it initially anyway, because he didn't have any money, and the show wasn't going to put up any money until
It was all speculating
Yeah.
still.
Yeah. So anyway, Todd calls me up the day the first show aired. Yeah, I told you so. It's going to be on tonight. You'll be so sorry. And I'm going, "Dude, nothing personal. Good luck to you. I hope it works out." But I said, "What you were asking is impossible."
Yeah.
And so, it airs. I watched it, and, I did the same thing like you're doing with your dad. I watched it with my dad, it's something to do for a while. And then I get so frustrated. And,
Well, especially so for me, I don't have the mining background.
yeah.
I don't have the knowledge that you have. It's got to be like walking on nails, watching all the mistakes and the rookie stuff and
Yeah.
everything that they're doing. But at the same time, you're probably chuckling. You're probably like this.
Earl, that owned the property that Todd was working on, okay? Earl had already bought a wash plant from us, and in one of the episodes, I saw it in the show, and I asked Earl. I said, "Why didn't they use our trommel? It's already
it's
sitting
right there. Yeah.
He said they didn't have any money. They said it made more show for them to build crap and buy crap on the initial shows,
Than it was.
than it was to use some of the work. That would have not made as good a show." And I said, "You're kidding me." He says, "I'm so sick of them." He says, "That first season," he says, "I was supposed to get 20% of their gold and the payment from Discovery." And he says, "They switched it on me and they gave me, he says, I got an ounce, 0.7 or something." And
For the entire use of the property and
the
everything.
property, he says, "I cleared trees, I made roads, I made pads." He says, "You think that what you saw in the show is the property?" He says, "There's twice that for the freaking hotel that they put on there, the heliport, all the housing for all the sports staff and stuff." He says, it's amazing what they put in there.
Well, and didn't they just dig a straight hole down? Like,
Yeah, they're on one side of the road, and there's just this one hole they kept working out because Freddie, not Dodge, Fred Hertz, the one they call Bigfoot.
The old
Dakota
man.
Fred.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's good at it. He'd been in my office several times and had a good time. His son Dustin.
Yeah. I think they have another show that they're doing too.
They're trying to.
The river show or whatever.
Yeah, and that's a disaster. But anyway. Dakota Fred, he's pretty good head. And so he had been working with Earl, who owned the property. Earl died. And before Earl died, he wanted Fred to buy the property. And Fred said, well, I really can't afford to buy it, And so anyway, Earl basically donated it in his will to Fred. So Fred now is Todd's owner of the property. So that's when he goes up and he says, guys, you're screwing up, you're doing it all wrong, you're out of here.
Yeah.
Want your equipment out, you have no season. And of course the whole season film was about, how he
screwed them over, ruined their lives. Yeah.
Knew about it months before they even went up there. He never told his crew. So they could film all the reactions and stuff, and those guys wanted to kill him and everything. And Todd knew all about it. And Todd had already been up there looking for other ground in the helicopter and stuff. And they chopped all the footage and made Fred look like the jerk.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the deal at all. And so Fred puts in his D-rocker and he digs to hell out there. But Todd, in one of those episodes when I saw my wash plant, they had a problem with they were letting their water out of their pond go back into the river,
which is a huge problem.
Yeah. And so they got stopped on that. So they go up the hill and they took not mine, but the one we sold Earl pump. And that's the one they pumped out of the river across the road into their ponds. And while they were standing there, we're going to use this pump. And I'm going, that's my pump. Not only my pump, my trommel's right in the back of them. And I replayed that and I go, it said Goldfield right on it, a big trommel.
Was that one that you built and designed?
Yeah.
So that's kind of like your baby.
Yeah.
You designed everything on it.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
And I'm going, here, and that's why I challenged Earl about it. How come you didn't use it? It works. He says, I know, but that it doesn't make good TV.
That's amazing.
So anyway, it was just a screw up from day one up there. But anyway, and then old man Parker, he had bought one of our prospectors, and it's a little shaker screen that we use for testing and so forth. And that was on the show a few times. And anyway, Parker, grew up around that stuff, and the old man was a lot smarter than Parker ever has become. But Parker, he's made a lot of money.
Yeah.
But he's also had a silver spoon in his mouth from the get-go. I mean, Grandpa left him $100,000 and college fund to start up with. So
yeah,
that's not chump change. So.
No, well, equipment's expensive and getting started is expensive. So.
Well, a lot of the equipment too. His dad already had a construction company.
I wondered that.
Yeah.
It almost seems like he did roads or something.
Yeah, he does road construction. He gets government contracts and everything. So, the old man has to fall back for anything he needed,
Yeah.
And so, that's why, he wasn't working for his father, the grandpa. And Parker could play around. And then his brother, his younger brother, he's a good worker and stuff, but Parker didn't like the competition, I guess. So anyway, and now he's going around Australia and different places looking for property because he's burned up all that large property. And the old Dutchman, he's the crazy guy, but
Oh, really?
he's the smart one.
Yeah, he's got all the land.
He didn't even own the land.
Okay.
You know, a lot of the ground he was running on, he had options on and paying percentage.
Okay.
And
So he had the ability, he had the share, like he had the option to use it or not, and then he could sublease it, kind of.
he could do different things. It depends on which property, because there were a lot of different properties involved. But the bigger property where it had this big trommel and stuff, that was from a prior operation that went broke, and he ended up getting this huge trommel that had 30-year life left in it for nothing. And so he got it set up on the other guy's partner's property and so forth, and that's where they made a lot of their gold and so forth. Meanwhile, he's trying to get other properties. The big thing up there is the thing that's killed him in the last few seasons, from what I understand, is water rights.
Yeah, he's got those big dredges built,
Yeah.
and it's almost like he got the second one in there, and he couldn't. That season, he lost his water rights.
Yeah.
Which is really bad situation.
And that's how the environmentalists shut most of the operations down, is through the water. We need water to operate, and there's no, dredging, which a bucket line dredge is still a dredge. There's no cheaper way to move material.
Well, it recycles the water.
You're in a pond, and yes, it recycles the water, but you get to a point where that water gets saturated to a point that it's thixotropic. It's got so much suspended solids, suspendoids in it,
That it won't wash the material.
oh man, it's just like pouring mud over, you're pouring gravy over rocks and expecting it to clean them off.
Yeah,
It just ain't
it
gonna
doesn't
happen.
work.
And I've seen that happen on a couple of operations where they just did not have enough recycle water, and there's a whole industry out there with ways to, clean your water up, and different dams and systems, and, all kinds of colloidal agents and different things that you can put in, surfactants and stuff to drop out solids in water. But then you get into issues too with, you can't use anything that's going to be chemically damaging, to residual environment and everything. And the fishing game has a lot of clout, and they do a lot of things that are, in my opinion, the whole environmental movement. I consider myself conservationist.
Yeah.
I don't want to exploit and devastate natural things, but I also believe I should responsibly develop those natural resources. Okay, they're there
There's a
to
reason.
be used.
Yeah.
And a lot of these, especially gold, is a non-replaceable resource. So once it's done, if it's done properly, it's done and over, and reclaimed, and
Well, you look at like some of I've been down in like Sumter, Oregon, and explored those areas. And there's still a dredge area. You can see the dredge filled with the tailings piles going up to it. But everything else is growing up back just fine. Like it's almost like after 10, 15, 20 years, it's almost like it didn't happen. So
I see that down, prime examples in the Amazon. You go to areas that the forest is burned, and the big trees keep their canopies usually. And you can see flame and scar marks up there 40, 50 feet sometimes. Yet the tree's 200-300 feet high.
yeah. Well, you
Still alive.
You can go back and look at these trees from like that have the 100-year rings or whatever. And you can see a year where it burned.
Yeah.
And it kept going back out.
True.
Yeah.
So you got And then that you could actually go and say, okay, there was a fire here 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. And by the time you get to 10 years ago, if you can't find a scarred tree, you can't tell the jungle from the jungle, you know, and or the burned out jungle from the. But yeah, it's the same thing. You know, nowadays, you know, you got to reclimate all that stuff. You got to smooth out all those tailing piles. You got to reseed them. And in most cases, anything that's been done in the last 20 years, or I'd even say more than that, probably closer to 30 years, has left it improved over what it was naturally. You got road access, you've got leveled out areas for parks, you've got channeled streams that are, you know, you've got established, you know, flora and fauna that are coming back. Just like even the trails for the ATVs I was talking about. Those birds wouldn't even be out there reproducing if it wasn't for the track grass.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's obvious where the trail is in a lot of areas because that's the only place the grass is.
So the like the mining operations I see on Bean Road, off to the right and left, I see the big piles of tundra, almost like they scrape the top off to get to the gravel, and they're going to leave it there for the reclamation to put back.
Once you mine it out, you're required now, and you have to put up big bonds and so forth, and you don't get your bond money back. There's state bonds that are state bond pools and stuff, and you got to pay up front for it. And it's just like an insurance policy, and if you screw up, go broke or whatever, they pull that, and that bond has to reclaim all that.
Oh, so they use that money as reserve to put it back to the way it was.
Yep. And it's or better.
Yeah.
And most of the time, like I said, it's better. You got better access, you got better ponds, you got better.
The old Fred guy that took over the claim from the Hoffmans.
Oh yeah.
He actually had to go.
Fred Dakota.
Fred, yeah. He recently had to go back and fill in that big hole that they dug.
Yeah.
Because part of the reclamation process, he was up working on the river and had to go and do that. But,
yeah, and you got to put her all back in, recontour, and you know, I mean, that happened just about the town here. Where am I? Right out here on the bypass road. About 10 years ago, Noel Tanner, infamous guy in this area and in the mining world. How he's still alive, I don't know. I've had several people tell me they wanted him dead. But he also was big out of bluff, took a lot of people's money and different things. Just one of these guys, one of our mutual friends told me once that he says he would rather tell a lie than tell the truth if the truth would serve him better. He would still rather lie. He can't, he just, anyway. He was supposed to mine out here, brought in a lot of tired equipment, but it was a lot of equipment to move high volume, and he was going to dredge from Dredge 5 all the way to the bypass road in between the hospital and the AC there, or the airstrip. And the richest part is right there by the road, okay, by the bypass road.
Yeah.
He knew that. So instead of starting where his permit was up by Dredge 5, he started by the road. Figured he could get some cash flow and get it going. Well, that was the biggest impact was right there.
Yeah.
Man, people remembered him. They shut him down so fast, and he ended up having to reseed, reclaim all that ground that he had started to strip. And so it's all got new grass, and it's got the little stream that goes by the airport that goes into that puddle that they have all fenced off. You see a pond there that says no trespassing, blah, 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 highly contaminated with mercury.
Wow.
And I have a friend that used to swim in that, and she got so crapped up just from swimming in it that she had lost her teeth, her hair, everything. And she went in and had to have chelations done, and they were able to pull
The mercury out.
mercury out because it's a bone seeker. And I have mercury contamination as well, but my level is such that I can't remember how they do it. They do it on a 1 to 8 scale. Basically, if you got 8 contamination, you're dead. And my friend was like hit 4 or 5, and she, her health was really failing. And so they justified, doing the chelation. I am at a 2 or 3, and they said that the damage chelation would do
Would be worse than leaving it in.
than leaving it alone, and that my body may eventually work it out because it pulls all your minerals in your bones, everything out. So that I have, osteoporosis real bad and weak bones and, all this kind of stuff. So, I try to eat things and stuff that will help chelate that naturally. But anyway, yeah, too many years working with it in labs and playing with it and stuff. But
Well, you were a kid running up the river, grabbing it with your bare hand.
exactly,
Yeah.
we'd burn it off. I mean, you can go down to villages today in Brazil and stuff along Amazon and different places, even over in Ecuador and Peru and stuff. Common thing, burn it off, I asked them on the Amazon once, I said, don't you go through a lot of mercury? So they would use, their method of cleaning up would just scare you to death. They take a half a 55-gallon drum, fill it 3/4 full of water, put all their concentrate in it, pour 10 pounds of mercury in it. Then they take a 1/2-inch drill motor, okay,
And just stir it up.
with a mud paddle on it like you do for construction mud, and they just sit there and when it wears out, they bolt on a piece of belting and they just froth it up. Just
And that extracts the gold from the.
that puts all the real fine gold into the mercury, okay?
Okay.
And then they take a hose, and we call it elutrating. They basically take a hose with water and they start douching it out. And they douche out everything but the mercury in the bottom.
Wow.
Once they get that, they take the drum, and they'll tip it up, and they dump it into a smaller kuya, metal bowl. And then they take the kuya, they'll put it in, they'll take a shirt sleeve, just like a normal shirt, make a pocket in it, and then they pour the mercury into it, and then they sit there and they squeeze the mercury through the shirt,
Wow.
okay? All running down their sweaty arms and everything, and all the mercury goes into, they collect that mercury that they squoze out to recycle, to use it again. And then what they're left in the shirt is this different sizes depending on how much gold they got, but it's what we call a sponge. And it's gold that's amalgamated, and you've taken all the free mercury out of it, squeeze, okay? The old timers used to use leather or chamois and squeeze it because it would have finer pigment and would keep more
Keep more of
gold.
the gold through it.
But they don't care because they're going to get it back again. They're going to
On the
reuse it.
5th process.
And I said, how much mercury, do you have to buy because and then they take the pancake that they make, they spread it out in a metal bowl and hit it with an acetylene torch. They just burn off the mercury. And you got the green
The fumes and
just
nastiness.
coming right off.
Probably not wearing a respirator.
No.
Probably not wearing anything.
No, nothing.
Yeah.
And, bare hands and, breathing, smiling with all their teeth on. And then they'll take the cake once it cools off, and that's what they'll sell at the stores. And but I said, how much mercury do you have to buy? And they said, oh, we don't ever buy mercury.
They just get it.
I said, we get more mercury every time we do it. It's already in the river.
Wow.
And I'm going, I don't think it's indigenous. So how are they getting, pounds of mercury back out each cleanup? So and no wonder the fish are, dying off and contaminated and everything. Of course, I hate those dang, piranhas.
Yeah.
Scare me to death.
Yeah, I've never experienced those.
I was fishing for them once down in, a couple of years ago, down in, where was I? What's the country next to Venezuela? Guyana.
Guyana, okay, yeah.
So I'm in Guyana, and I'm way back up in there, and we're on this river, and there's a lot of piranha in it. So we're using chicken pieces to fish with. And those suckers are hard to hook. They come and they've got a relatively small mouth if they're, because there's millions more small piranhas than big ones, and they come up and just take small bites, and they can strip the bone off and the meat off, and they'll leave the hook cleaner and clean, and you still can't hook them. And I'm out there casting, and I cast out, and I get a bite, and I took a step forward, and I stepped in quicksand. And I went down and down and down, and I throw my pole to the side, and there was a guy that was from Russia that was about 15 feet away from me and said, hey, help, I'm going down. And I'm just, it's like slow motion sinking.
Wow.
And it's really weird. If you've probably used waders, okay?
Yeah.
You feel the water pressure, how it starts
kind of sucking up on you.
Squeezes up on you. That's the way it is. And I'm going down, and of course I'm in my clothes, and unfortunately I was in my best clothes for traveling because I was going to catch a boat and a plane out that afternoon. And so I start sinking in it, and I'm going, oh crap, what do I do, And I'm thinking about, what do you remember about quicksand? What can, and, it's counterintuitive to lay down in it,
because
to spread it out, because it's putting you closer.
Yeah.
So you don't want to do that. And I'm getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and anyway, this guy is trying to find something, and we can't find anything that pole, for me to grab onto. So he lays down, and there was a guy from Italy that was a little further away. So he's holding on to him, and he grabs my hands, and you can't pull you out.
Yeah.
And now I'm
it's the tension, the surface tension is holding you under.
Yeah, it's just like sucking you down, and no bottom. And I'm going, oh crap, and so anyway, as I lean forward to grab their hand, the one guy's hand, that did spread my weight out a little bit, and I knew if I panicked that works it up. It helps us. It does this. Creates a fluidization, is what it does. And it starts to fluidize the material.
Yeah.
You sink faster, and so by not agitating it, I actually got more. What do you call it? Resistance, but more flotation. I have more solids.
Yeah.
But if I start working it, like if you ever work cement, and it starts to get dry on you, and if you rework it, it'll wet down again.
Yeah.
That's the same process. you don't think about that when you're doing it. You're sinking. You're just going, oh hell, And so anyway, when I leaned over, because I knew I could at least grab his hand, and so that helped me get the confidence to lean forward. Well, that did help me spread weight. And so then I just took one leg and I just pulled really hard but slow, and kind of left the other leg I was going this way. And the water's out here, and the beach I was on is here. So I'm going like this, and I finally get the one leg kind of coming up real slow like. And anyway, the whole process took like 15, 20 minutes.
Wow.
And meanwhile, this leg is getting deeper, but this one is coming up. And when I got it up, I finally started pulling on the one that was going deeper, but that was rolling my body and twisting. So I was basically now on my belly. And I had this leg up, and this leg was still back. And it's coming up. So I'm trying with an arm and one leg now to pull the other one up slow. And it just, I can't describe it. It just sucks you down where you can't break the suction. And so you don't want to put weight on it or it goes down further. And so anyway, by the time I get out of this thing, I'm wore out. I'm totally covered in mud, and
Gotta check into a flight.
and I've got to go get on a boat. And I'm going, oh, what am I going to do? And the only thing I had left that I hadn't worn was a rain suit. So I went in and I took a quick shower in all the mud, and fortunately they had a fairly decent shower thing set up, and they collect the rainwater and stuff.
Well, it's not like they don't have enough down there.
Yeah, exactly. And so I washed my whole clothes and everything with my clothes on, and kind of wrung them out. Then I cleaned myself off, and then I put on this rain suit, and all my clothes are now wet and still muddy and everything. And I put them in a plastic bag, and I got on the boat. We had to go way upriver to a little airstrip, and then flew out from there. And I don't know how it was one of those really short airstrips that you just kind of out of nowhere, and then jungle, and there's a little spot, and you're down, and you turn real quick before you run out of the runway, and taking off, you take off over the river so that you got a little more space.
It's one of those airports that's real sketchy to get in and out of.
So then then you go to another airport, and you get a real plane, and then you get back to the city, and then I got to a hotel, and one of the owner's daughters was there, and she says, I'll take your wet clothes, muddy clothes and stuff. She says, I'll launder them for you tonight, because I had to catch a plane real early in the morning. And she says, I'll get them done and get them back to you. So in the morning, I got up. There was a national holiday down there, and there was a football game.
Some soccer game.
And it was a soccer game, and they had a parade and all kinds of things for, it was like their Independence Day parade, game, whatever. You could not get through. Georgetown was the capital. You could not get from one side to the other. We tried, and I was in traffic from 3 o'clock in the morning. The plane flew out at 7, and I was supposed to be there by 6.
Wow.
And the party was the night before. These were the drunks and the bodies and everything.
You just couldn't get through
them.
Wow.
People were still roaming around, and to them, it was still that night, because it was 3 in the morning. and they were still staggering around and everything, traffic everywhere, and the driver, he says, I don't think we're going to make it. And we got there, and the plane took off like 10 minutes before I got there. Of course, I would have been too late to check in anyway. So I had to go all the way back through all that, which, 3 or 4 hours later had cleaned up quite a bit, but still was slow going. But nothing like going through it the first time. And then I missed my plane, missed all my connections coming back into the States and to Utah. So I had to redo all that, and then I didn't have a hotel to stay in. So
all because of some quicksand.
Yeah. So I found out later, with quicksand, you don't go under. Your body mass will, depending on your bone density and weight and body mass and all that stuff, hits an equilibrium.
Oh, really?
And it'll be somewhere around between your neck and your belly button, basically, or your chest area. But you don't know where, and it depends on the quicksand and
the person.
And the person. I suppose a big fat person is going to be a little more
buoyant
displacement, area. But, so anyway, but yeah, they say you never really go under, but you'd be stuck there. Freaking monkeys eat you alive.
Yeah.
But, oh man, that was scary.
Well, I think we've probably hit our 4-hour cap. But thank you so much for your time. And I'm sure
You're welcome.
you've got so many. I bet we could go for another 4 hours.
Oh yeah.
But seriously, I truly appreciate it, and it's been
It's fun.
a pleasure. And yeah, thank you so
My
much.
wife says I talk too much and I get going and
No.
whatever.
No, it's been a treat, and I'm not saying that as a let's end it kind of thing, because I honestly, I think our listeners are probably our usual time frame is an hour,
Okay.
and like this to me is worth an extra 3-4 hours. It really is. So thank you so much.
Hey, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Talking to you.
Yeah.